senators in Congress, they always vote to abolish ICE or something. Almost exclusively, the people calling for the abolition of our immigration enforcement are people that immigrated. No shit, they want their extended family to come in there so they can keep electing them to take power. It's actually pretty obvious, and it's a major issue in our country. So Randy Fine pushed this legislation, which hopefully will actually work, because I think that this is a nightmare. The dual loyalty situation in Congress specifically, and I don't care what country it is. I don't care if you're a dual citizen between America and Somalia, America and fucking Iran, America and Israel, America and Germany, doesn't matter. If you have another citizenship, you should not be in power to represent Americans, because I personally will always assume that you might be having a foreign interest, a foreign government, a foreign people in mind, when your goal is representing us, the American people. Now, Hassan Piker says, buddy, you're getting deported to Israel. Get it? Because he's Jewish? Now, the funny thing is, Hassan Piker is always like saying, oh, I'm not anti-Semitic. I have delineating line. I'm just anti-Zionist. I'm not anti-Semitic. Anyway, so this is him just telling a random Jew to get deported to Israel. This is an American who does not have another citizenship. He is just an American citizen. He's not a dual citizen. And you have Hassan Piker telling him to get deported to Israel. Pretty awesome, honestly. You know, I was born in the United States. My parents were born in the United States. Two of my grandparents were born in the United States more than 100 years ago. Neither of the two were born in Israel. I have never even visited Israel until I was in my 30s. Hassan Piker is the child of two Turkish Muslims. Oh my God. Oh my God. Who engaged in birth tourism so he could become an American, after which he immediately taken to Turkey and spent his entire childhood. Piker said America deserved 9/11. Kill the motherfuckers, let the streets soak in their red capitalist blood. If you care about Medicare fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Oh my God, he's literally pulling out all the Nuxenor quotes. This dude is a hardcore Nuxenor fan. He has to be. He has campaigned alongside Representatives Summer Lee, Ro Khanna, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Zoran Mamdani, AOC, and Bernie Sanders. This is the Democrat Party today. Honestly fucking based. Holy shit, dude. He pissed off a fucking meteor. Hassan Piker. Oh my God, he keeps going. All right, so this is a video of Hassan Piker abusing dogs.
Motherfucker, come here. Stay. If you run right now, I'll fucking kill you. Like, I'll actually kill you, okay? In front of everyone. Stay.
So this is him yelling at his dog, telling his dog he's gonna kill him, pulling the dog by the tail. Inhumane shit, honestly. Like, again, he's a Turk, so are we surprised? So this is Randy Fine retweeting this. This is insane! We have a congressman actually getting in on this. Hassan Piker is a major mainstream Muslim voice in America who has campaigned alongside Summer Lee, AOC, Bernie Sanders, Zoran Mamdani, Ro Khanna, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib. In the video, he is seen abusing a dog, torturing it, while saying, if you run right now, I'll fucking kill you. This is sick and disturbing. I choose dogs. Now, you might remember him from a viral situation a couple months ago, where essentially there was a Palestinian friend of Zoran Mamdani in New York, and a large activist person basically saying we need to start banning dogs as indoor pets in New York City since it's been taken by Islam and dogs are unclean. And Zoran Mamdani and Randy Fine basically said, if forced to choose between the Muslims and the dogs, the choice is obvious. This obviously pissed off a lot of people. This obviously upset some people for some reason. Anyway, so he drops that one. Now, this same Hassan Piker is on the show with Ilhan Omar.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Have you ever seen? I'm sure you're familiar with this. You've heard this.
I've seen the video, yeah.
You've seen the video? Okay.
Yeah, at his rallies.
Yes.
But was that the Lion King song?
No.
Yeah, so anyway, so this is him and Ilhan Omar chilling out, two foreign Muslims coming into our country to conquer it from the inside. You know, they're both pushing the death to America bullshit. They're both pushing the infinite immigration, the infinite fraud. So yeah, actually, it's really nice that people are actually starting to pay attention that this is a major issue. Two terrorist supporters on a stream together. I did not see this coming at all. This is so shocking and crazy. So Obama's former speechwriter, John Favreau, asks the Democrat spokesperson, Hassan Piker, if he actually supports the Hamas terrorists.
Times better. Do you actually mean that? Or is that a rhetorical move? Or like a solidarity signal? Like what?
I mean, it's all of the above. I do mean it. I think it's a...
Right, so this is asking directly, when you say Hamas is great, right?
So my question is, when you say Hamas is 1,000 times better, do you actually mean that? Or is that a rhetorical move? Or like a solidarity signal? Like what?
I mean, it's all of the above.
Right, the left just supports terrorism now.
I do mean it. I think it's a rhetorical move because it frustrates a lot of people. I've also said I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a less.
It frustrates people when them terrorist supporter admits they support terrorists. My guy, this is the oldest news of all time. This is the guy that says he doesn't care if rapes happened on October 7th, and also denied rapes happening on October 7th.
Or evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time. So my
Obviously, of course, he would vote for the guys that started the war and use human shields, as opposed to the guys that are killing terrorists that have been killing their people. Absolutely, obviously, this is the Hassan Piker strategy. You know, it's because he actually loves terrorism, actually. And people are starting to notice. This is from the RNC research department releasing videos of Hassan Piker. Bro is getting mega cooked. Now, apparently, there's the pretty wild situation where Asmongold got banned on Twitch for, you know, talking about politics, and Hassan Piker has not been banned on Twitch. And a lot of people are starting to notice that this Hassan character is kind of fucking horrible.
Asmongold,
Largest leftist streamer in America, by the way.
got banned on Twitch over essentially wrongthink,
That's right.
which is already backfiring for Twitch, as he took to his 4 million subscriber YouTube account to explain.
I got suspended last night on Twitch. I end my stream and I get a message and it says that my account has been suspended for 7 days
Wow.
because of hateful conduct. I said that I didn't give a about the opinions of third worlders,
Case.
and then particularly in the thing that they reference, I was referring to illiterate goat herders from Afghanistan.
Again, the way this looks out in the public is not a United States.
The opinions of third worlders don't matter. Like, I don't care what some illiterate goat herder thinks in Afghanistan. It doesn't matter.
In the context of those people believing AI-generated videos about Iran winning the war and nuking Israel off the map. Gentlemen, I would like to confirm that I am 100% right, and you don't either. And neither do
Absolutely.
they, because it's
True! No one cares about these people's opinions. It doesn't matter to me at all. I don't care about those people's opinions, even if they're not in the third world. I'm not gonna lie. It's like, yes, dude, I don't want to be rude here or anything, and I'm sure that some people are gonna be very offended. Did you know that there's a lot of Americans that are so fucking stupid that they think men can become women? Bro, that's retarded, obviously. But the reality is, a lot of people actually are that fucking stupid. So, the truth is very simple. The truth is, I don't care about the opinions from a lot of retards. This shouldn't be offensive. This is just obvious.
Twitch
Why would I care about the opinion of someone who doesn't understand basic anatomy?
cares about their opinions. Why don't they apply Afghanistan's opinions to women on Twitch? That would be interesting,
True. You know they have slaves and sex slaves and shit in Afghanistan?
wouldn't it?
As Asmon's referencing this article, explaining since 2021, they have over 70 decrees essentially erasing women from public life, banning education over 6th grade, employment, and even moving around without a man, which is just the first of many hypocrisies Twitch has, as in the world of liberal sense.
No, but this is literally just an infinite retard jutsu, where these dumb fucks will all gather together in this gayest orgy of all time and be like, all cultures are valid and equal, and all cultures are equally beautiful and equally important, and you should care about the opinions of the guys throwing shit at each other in a mud hut in Zimbabwe as much as you should care about the opinions of the United States president. All right? And again, quite literally, no. Quite literally, you're fucking stupid. Some cultures fucking suck, and some cultures are immoral shitbags that worship demons and fuck goats. I don't actually take their opinions nearly as seriously as the opinions of the United States president. So, like, again, like, this is just the obvious perspective that most people probably have.
Censorship, simply saying something is far worse than actually doing it, as this isn't about what he actually meant. It's about some mod hovering over the red button, patiently praying for an excuse to silence their enemy.
I'm not sorry, I'm right, I said nothing wrong, and nothing I said was against the terms of service. Beyond that, do you even imagine a world where somebody that says that they don't care about what a fat American thinks about the Middle East, can you imagine that this person ever gets suspended?
Yes, if they call the American fat. Fat is very offensive, even though fat is beautiful at the same time. Don't you understand how leftists operate? Schrodinger's fat ass.
Of course not.
He has some woke qualities, but he's nowhere near as woke as Francis. Francis was a socialist. This mother is an American. And I think Americans are gross. Americans do not have a understanding.
Yeah, all cultures are great, except for America. Yes, where they have industrialized child rape, like in Iran or Afghanistan, for example. Those cultures are awesome. American culture, gross, because capitalism.
Of the world.
And so why am I getting suspended? It's more third worldist morality.
I have a theory, and I'll tell you why later.
The logic conversion that basically is being used to silence me for an entire week.
And this might have been the most recent instance of hypocrisy, but definitely wasn't the worst. Since if you're popular enough, you can drive dangerously on stream and get less of a ban than Zach. You can literally toss your cat, and Twitch sits this one out, which is in line with the other high-profile animal incidents on Twitch. Not only that, but the left can call for the actual ending of politicians.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would Rick Scott.
Or arguably worse than Asmongold's comment.
We have endured suffering under the communist regime, and we believe that.
Okay, you dude. I mean, seriously, you old lady. Shut the f up, you stupid, fucking, idiotic old lady. With your
dude, I love this clip. It's like this is a Vietnamese refugee who fled communism, saying that communism is bad. Then you got Hassan Piker, multi-millionaire retard who comes from a billionaire family who had the mansion in LA, talking about how dare she state her opinion about how communism is bad.
Stupid fucking gamer head said, who is you harder, America or Ho Chi Minh? My old lady. God damn, dude. Go this refugee, okay? Seriously.
As if they didn't have double standards, they wouldn't have any standards at all. But aside from putting people and pets in danger, I want the platform to permit any take, as vile as it may be, as long as it's allowed evenly. If Asmongold doesn't like foreign illiterates, people should know. If Hassan thinks Vietnamese...
He didn't even say that he didn't like them. He just said he doesn't want to listen to their opinion. But, like, you have to be a fucking troglodyte if you care about the opinions of foreign illiterate goat herders. Like Muhammad, for example. Oh my god, yeah, one of my favorite trolls is like when you say who wrote the Quran, and it's like, it's the word of God. Yeah, but who wrote it? Was it Muhammad? No, he was illiterate. It's like, okay, dude. Alright, dude.
These girls that have inconvenient information on how communism works should inhale his frontal. People should know that's who he is. But that's the problem with selective moderation on these tech platforms. It's never going to be applied evenly, as the left knows without mass censorship, they simply couldn't exist.
That's
I
right.
had the same experience on my side.
They killed Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was the negotiator, and they just couldn't engage, so they murdered him. Yep, leftism.
Livestream channel where a video covering a riot randomly got tagged and suppressed as sexual content. There was nothing even remotely close to that, but upon appeal and human review, they confirmed it indeed included it. And after
that is crazy. I've gotten so many videos zapped for like sexual content when there was absolutely nothing there. It's horrible, but yeah, no, true. True.
They looked into it and said, oh no, it was because of curse words. But that label never got removed, and the channel's growth has never been the same since. All because some human moderator didn't like what I was doing, so decided to apply what's likely the worst label for removal. Not because I was violating the rule, but because what I believe was just making up reasons to suppress you. The same thing just happened to Asmongold, but at least he's already hedging his bets by diversifying his stream.
I totally believe him, by the way. Like, a lot of this situation just stems from they don't like you, so therefore they're just going to be heavy-handed. And that's why the terms of service are so vague on all these websites. You know, you're not allowed to offend a protective group. What the fuck does offend a protective group mean? Hassan could say, you know, all Jews are inbred and, you know, kill them and shit, and Hamas is awesome. And that's okay. That's fine. But mentioning that Palestinians are an inferior culture because, you know, their number one export is terrorism, that'll get you banned.
I mean, and here's the annoying thing, right? Is like, well, if Trump nukes Iran, which seems like that's getting more likely every day, then I'm gonna have to go live on just go live on Kick and Rumble, right? Maybe on YouTube too. I prefer just to do Kick and Rumble. It's a copyright thing, right? It's a confusing, you know, content creator reason. But like, and then we'll continue uploading videos, and if something big happens, don't worry, I'll be there, and you'll have a way to watch me, and you know, it'll be all back to usual. But I would like to take at least a little bit of time, and you know, like maybe fix a little bit of things in my life, and
Yeah, you
just
can get new teeth or some shit.
relax a little bit.
Every time Twitch bans him, he gets more teeth.
Now, I personally hope he takes the week off, just relaxes, and comes back as a Chad. Gucci'd out in a mansion just to see Hassan try to argue why when Zach does it, it's bad. But the more important aspect is how he recently started multi-streaming to Kick. Just started to get his Rumble channel afloat on top of his 4 million subscriber YouTube channel and his 1 million subscriber Clips page, which every single day, every single clip gets over 1 million views.
Yeah, he's
it
massive.
seems loosely related, but honestly may be the main reason he got hit so hard only recently, as Asmongold in 2026 has the 6th biggest growth for right-leaning channels, but is the only one that gathers most of his audience on Twitch. And if he's slowly turning Twitch viewers to Kick viewers during the continuing trend of viewership collapse, with even streamers slowly leaving the platform, they're faced with a difficult decision of, do we continue to slowly lose viewership outside the carefully controlled
that's
bubble
actually a
of
really
Amazon,
good point.
or do we cut our losses at once? All of Asmon.
That's a really good point. If you ban Asmongold, Twitch just becomes an exclusively left-wing echo chamber, and that's it. The viewers just think that Hassan's way is the only way. That's honestly insane.
Millions of fans immediately migrating away just to stop the slow expansion of his influence, as his rival Hassan can poke fun at Asmongold's punishment, but doesn't detract from the fact that even his puff piece.
What is this picture, bro? How small is his head?
Has him looking bizarre. He can spend his time trying to explain why he looks this way.
This has shoulder pads. Like,
oh my
this
God,
isn't.
he's such a loser.
I've worn this before on stream.
But now, not only is it right to
This guy is like the most insecure motherfucker of all time.
tagging Democrats for affiliating with him, even deep left CNN is denouncing the insane things he said.
Quote, it doesn't matter if effing happened on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me. And Hassan Piker is excusing sexual violence by Hamas terrorists.
He's endorsing it, it seems. He doesn't care if it happens.
And here's what Piker said about the horrors of September 11th, 2001.
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying.
As Twitch's war over politics has been over, viewers that used to like Hassan until he probably shocked his dog or was watching big booba Twitch streamers before realizing how pathetic it is. They suddenly have more time to give Asmongold a chance, realizing he's just a regular guy like them and nothing like what the left paints him as. And now their own pipeline has guided their escape from the left's carefully curated bubble of Twitch, Reddit, and the mainstream media, as Asmongold doubles down over his ban, emboldening everybody else to do the same.
Let me talk about, like, really how I feel about this.
All right.
Do I give a f about the opinions of a bunch of third worlders in regards to what my country should do?
No.
Absolutely not.
Obviously.
I do not. You shouldn't. They shouldn't give a f about what I think about their country. Because why would I take...
Well, I mean, we have nukes. So, I mean, I suppose they should care a little bit.
Somebody's opinion that is from a hole in these countries. And by the way,
they
these are holes. Many of these countries are shitholes. And don't let anybody teach you or tell you that, oh, it's America's fault.
True, no, it's a shithole.
If Twitch thinks Afghanistan has such great opinions that should be listened to, maybe they should apply Afghanistan's opinions to women on Twitch. How about that?
Oh,
but they won't, because they also agree with me too. I just was the one that said it. But everybody thinks this.
Yeah,
and I have nothing, by the way. Oh, I said illiterate. They have 37% literacy. Flip a coin, I'm right. And if you're a guy from Afghanistan, you're watching, I don't know, I'm sure we've got a number of them. We've got a lot of people that watch the show. Listen, man, I'm not talking about you, but you know that there's some idiots in your country that are morons. I'm talking about them. And by the way, we have those same third worldists. We have those same, in America. Being a third worlder and being a third worldist, yes, it's a geography, but it's more importantly a mindset.
Yeah, if you're dumb as fucking rocks, then I don't care. I don't care about your opinion regardless of where you were born. So true, so true. I'm not racist just against some people. I'm racist against everybody. Beautiful lesson.
We amplified that message. Maybe 40,000 people saw it live, but the ban had people wondering why. Rumors flied it was over showing worst parts, but after his YouTube explanation receiving over 1.7 million views, his Twitch post hitting nearly 10 million in under a day, they've only highlighted their hypocrisy, reminding everybody how insanely stupid their last 6 months have been. But all remain optimistic and not give up on them yet. Twitter, becoming X, almost immediately made them the de facto platform of free speech, becoming the #1 news app across the globe. It seems Asmongold is somewhat expecting his appeal to prematurely end his ban, and since Twitch invited me on the platform, knowing full well who I am, these are all signs that Amazon may start to put profit over propaganda.
Yeah, I wouldn't count on it. I very much expect the devil to continue doing his shit. But dude, watching like every time Asmongold gets banned, it just puts more spotlight on the fact that Hassan is not banned, and then you have like actual congressmen and shit being like, whoa, why is this guy in our country? Doesn't he support terrorists? Like, dude, the Hassan downfall is honestly tremendous. He's just like an actual black smudge on everyone he approaches right now. As he should be, by the way. I think anyone that's willingly associating with Hassan is, by extension, also a supporter of terrorism. And I think they deserve all the shit flung at them.
Man, I haven't had a giggle quite like the Afro Man trial has delivered. I have been getting tickled all day watching this trial and catching up with what I had missed previously on Dragon Ball Z from yesterday in the trial. It's just concluded, spoiler alert, Afro Man completely won. And I mean, it was a complete victory here. He got him with the Mortal Kombat fatality in the courthouse here. The fucking police officers that were suing him are licking the toilet bowl clean after he shit all over them. I'll show you the clip of the ruling in a moment here. For those that don't know, Afro Man's house was raided a few years back under suspicion of kidnapping and narcotics. They found nothing. It was a complete sham. It was a load of barnacles. And Afro Man had security cameras set up on his property, so he caught all of this on film, and so he started to use some of that footage to make music, insulting them, ridiculing them, making fun of them, turning this misery into some boner jams for his art.
All right, so understand what's going on in Canada for a second before we get into England, because the England situation is insane. All right, so understand. So this is Canada.
But I'm going to, this is a little off script. A week after the Prime Minister made his speech in Davos, Switzerland, he made another speech in Ottawa at the Canadian Media Producers Association, CMPA. And this speech talked about Canada's most successful cultural export we have had this year, and that's heated rivalries. Now think about that for a minute, because as Anita said, and Maninder is working, we are promoting Canada as an exporting and country worthy of investment. We are doing that. We are opening doors in India, we are opening doors in China, we are opening doors in Vietnam and all over the world, but we're taking our values with us. So heated rivalry is an example of that. Truly Canadian, set in Canada, and we don't let up for 1 minute on the 2S LGBTQI human rights issue. Not 1 minute.
The joke country, man.
And we joke country. Let up on our absolute insistence that women and men play equally in our world.
Bro, actual joke country, man. Canada is a feminized, castrated country of parasitic, ideologically captured, pathological, suicidal empathy. Just true, man. Just straight up true. And that's why Canada voted at the UN for Iran to be on the Human Rights Organization. Canada voted for Islamic Republic of Iran. The theocracy that murdered 30,000 of its own people. These are the people that they voted on to be in charge of human rights. Like, this is fucking insane, bro. And this is just what Canada's become. Canada's become like an actual laughingstock. You know, Canada could have stayed good friends with the United States and been awesome, but they decided to be gay instead.
Deal with the ongoing genocide of MMIW G2SLGBTQIA+.
Are we being serious here, man? Are we being serious?
This is abhorrent.
It's abhorrent. There's a genocide. Not just is there racism, but there's a genocide against the MMIWG2SLGBTQQIA+. Like, the new Wi-Fi password just dropped. Holy shit, dude. This is a member of Canadian Parliament, by the way. This isn't just some random retard. Well, I guess it is a random retard, but this random retard got elected. For those of you who don't speak woke retard, I looked it up, and apparently MMIWG2SLGBTQQIA+ means missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, and asexual. So apparently they added a murdered people into the LGBT community. Murdered is now a queer identity. This is Canada, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, Canada's major export is retard these days. And it's like, when I think of countries that should be our allies, that share our values, I don't think of Canada. I don't think of England. I don't think of Europe. Like, I'm thinking of El Salvador and Argentina and Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates and Israel and Japan. I'm not thinking of any of our neighbors or any of the people that came from Christianity like America did. Like it's crazy. But what is this, bro? You identify as murdered, bro? Oh my God, this is insane. This is just every single clip I see from Canada is worse than the left.
We will not let fear win. A world without trans people has never existed. A world without drag has never existed, and it never will.
I mean, God did talk about it in, Deuteronomy when he said that men cross-dressing as women are an abomination against God. So yeah, I guess they did exist, as abominations against God.
Free people have always been here amongst us. They are our co-workers. They are our brothers, our sisters. They are our mothers, our fathers. They are our family.
No, they're not.
Drag is art. Drag is culture. Drag is educational. Drag is creative.
Yeah, so abomination against God got a little platform to talk in Canada. All right, pretty awesome. Isn't that great? So anyway, just to understand the difference between countries that care about their borders and countries that don't, this is the Israeli security forces. They managed to find this garbage truck was traveling across the border. Check this out. This is crazy. This just happened today. Smuggling 60 Palestinians across the border. They got caught and they are all in jail. Right? This is part of the genocide, I'm told. Right? Crazy footage. Israeli security forces find 60 Palestinians hiding inside a garbage truck attempting to infiltrate Israel. Right? They were probably coming in trying to do another October 7th or some shit. Driver detained for questioning, suspects taken into custody. All right, I'm told this is a genocide. Now, this is the actual story. The way the retards retell the story is 60 Palestinians are transported by the Israeli Defense Forces in a garbage truck. Israel is oppressing innocent Palestinians and the world remains silent. No, the world remains silent. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. This is literally retarded shit. And then you have, this is Zionism. Says Liam Cunnilingus over here, famous British retard. Yes, it is Zionism the way that the Jews transport the Palestinians in garbage trucks, except this was literally them trying to invade the country and they were stopped. This dude thinks every country needs to accept the boat migrants. The migrants that come on boats need to get accepted and welcomed into your countries. What are we doing here? Anyway, this is an ad in Germany, in Denmark, sorry. This is crazy. It shows a white Danish guy. You have to see it. Now, there's a community note, and I'm sure you're going to see this and think it's fake. No, the community note doubles down and says the ad is not satire. It was falsely called satire, but the ad is real. All right? This is the first time I've ever seen a community note saying what you're seeing in this is actually real, and people are saying it's fake, but they're wrong. Cuck boyfriend can't even get a little cookie. But don't worry, because cuck therapist was watching and stopped them. The community note doubles down and says the ad is not satire. It was falsely called satire, but the ad is real. All right? This is the first time I've ever seen a community note saying what you're seeing in this is actually real, and people are saying it's fake, but they're wrong. Cuck boyfriend can't even get a little cookie. But don't worry, because cuck therapist was watching and stopped them. And the cuck therapist explains to them the following. An expert shows up and out of nowhere tells them not to date each other because it's basically inbreeding for whites to have babies with other whites. They should have kids with non-whites instead. This is an actual ad in Denmark. So let's understand this. They don't ban cousin marriage in Denmark because they want the Muslims to be able to keep fucking their family. However, they say that white people dating is basically inbreeding and they need to date non-whites. Not even exaggerating. We must protect the indigenous people of Europe. Yeah, anyway. So, Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, this is the retard that basically gave amnesty and citizenship to 500,000 illegals in Spain to steal elections. So, his wife is getting charged with corruption, bribery, and influence peddling. Ireland is falling apart as well. Ireland is deploying armored vehicles and military against farmers.
So when it comes to home insurance, it makes...
Literally, they're sending the military against farmers because farmers hate the woke shit. And so they, you know, our farmers did like a little bit of a blockade with their trucks, and Ireland is sending in the actual military to deal with the farmers. Conor McGregor from Ireland released like this badass, we did good, guys. We fought hard. We stopped them with our farmers.
What's up, Ireland? I hope you all had a great Easter, because I had my best one yet. Seeing the courage of our people standing together in unity against the failed rule of this government has been incredible. It has also been eye-opening. No matter which side of the political divide you are on, one thing is for certain. This government has lost the confidence of the public, and that is it.
Yeah, so now we have Conor McGregor going out there and making like these epic rise-up moments like to the Irish people that are fighting back against their oppressive regime, their oppressive woke retard regime. It's wild that we're watching this. All right, so this is just a little bit of cultural enrichment going on in England right now. Yep, good shit. Glad we brought that guy into our countries. Am I right, guys? Hell yeah. So this is a Green Party executive, all right? Just understand, Green Party is like the leftists. It's the Muslims and the communists that got together for the Green Party, all right? So this is an executive committee member that is currently standing for local election in England, chanting death to Israel, death to America, death to England. Fight in Israel, build a Palestinian state, guys. Guys, it's called the Green Party Executive Committee that I am part of, and I don't want to go. Let's just understand what's going on. You literally have a guy in the Green Party running for office in England, chanting death to England. Like, this is like actual suicidal empathy, bro. This is BBC London. Police issued a warning after suspected poisoned meat found in 2 West London green spaces, leaving animals seriously ill and dead. They're poisoning food to kill dogs because Muslims hate dogs. Dude, what are we doing? What are we doing, guys? This is fucking insane. Like, of course we have to kill our dogs. It's their culture to hate dogs. Why are they here? No one that's obviously true eventually. The BBC made a show about school in Britain. This is real. The real BBC, British Broadcasting ad about school life in Britain.
It's almost been 10 minutes. If no teacher shows up, we're legally allowed to leave.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies.
Oh my days, Salma. Do you have nothing better to do? When a sister salams you, you're supposed to say,
Wa alaikum assalam.
This is British television, man.
Get a job. A real job, unique.
It's almost been 10 minutes.
Are we being serious for a second here? This is British television right now? You guys are so conquered. You guys are actually conquered. And then the Pope says we don't need borders. I'm being real here. So this is what J.D. Vance had to say, and he was just completely right.
I was talking with a friend recently, and we were talking about, you know, one of the big dangers in the world, of course, is nuclear proliferation, though, of course, the Biden administration doesn't care about it. And I was talking about, you know, what is the first truly Islamist country that will get a nuclear weapon? And we were like, maybe it's Iran, you know, maybe Pakistan already kind of counts. And then we sort of finally decided maybe it's actually the UK, since Labour just took over.
Hilarious and tragic. Now, a man was charged with murder of Finbar Sullivan, 21, who was stabbed in Primrose Hill. Guess who the man was, guys? Was his name Chris? Nope. Was his name David, perhaps? Nope. It was a guy named Oluwumandulola Ogunmanginju. I'm not even... Dude, why was this guy in England? Anyway, whatever. We're not allowed allowed to talk about this. We're not allowed to talk about this. So this is a breaking news story that just happened. I'm sorry if this is ruining your day. All these stories that I'm showing you all happened like within the last 24 to 48 hours. Like, I am not like compiling a history of bad things. This is literally things that happened in the last day or two. 29 Muslim men convicted of raping a single 13-year-old girl in West Yorkshire. 29 men on one little girl. Barbarians, savages. How many little girls need to suffer because we need to admit these people don't belong into our country? Great question. Assad Ali, Amjad Adid, Mohammed Janglier, Mohammed Asif, Haris Ahmed Bout, Okir Bout, Musta'in Khan, Mohammed Hamza, Mohsin Mir, Javad Mir, Harun Sadiq. We get the idea. 29 Muslims convicted of raping a single 13-year-old girl. How many children need to be sacrificed on this altar of diversity? So you can feel better about yourselves? So, Keir Starmer releases this tweet. The brutal, senseless murders of baby Elsie and Alice marked one of the darkest moments in our country's history. The report is truly harrowing and profoundly disturbing. It sets out systematic failures that led to this terrible event. I've been overwhelmed by the bravery and determination of their family. And while nothing will ever bring these three little girls back, I'm determined to make the fundamental changes needed to keep the family safe. I will do everything to honor the memory of baby Elsie. These people were murdered by, and this is going to shock you, it's going to shock you, immigrant Muslims. And he says he's going to solve the problem, but his solutions never seem to, include deporting the Muslims. like, I'm sorry if I'm noticing, but he's not stopping the immigration. He's not deporting the people that are doing it. What solution could there possibly be? Well, I know, we could blame the far right. So this was him putting out a public statement right after these murders took place. Blaming
I
the
utterly
right.
condemn the far-right thuggery we've seen this weekend. Be in no doubt, those that have participated in this violence will face the full force of the law. The police will be making arrests, individuals will be held on remand, charges will follow, and convictions will follow. I guarantee you will regret taking part in this disorder, whether directly or those whipping up this action online and then running away.
If you're online whipping up far-right action, you're going to go to jail now, I guess. All right, so you put out public statements lying about it being a far-right plot, prejudicing trials, saying anyone involved would to live by regret. Judges jumped in line, jailed Brits en masse, destroyed families, pushed Peter Lynch to suicide. It's on you. And this is crazy, man. This is just wild. All right, so this dude, while laying the wreath, all right, at their memorial, knew exactly what happened and still tried to go ahead and make believe it was some sort of far-right plot anyway. You don't hate these people nearly enough. And in fact, the Freedom of Information requests, the FOIA requests, like that these people have been trying to, put into the system to try to figure out and like get information on different convictions and crimes. Well, what if I told you that they started banning people from accessing public information? What if I told you they fucking suck?
MP banned from making Freedom of Information requests on website after...
What does this even mean? Banned from making Freedom of Information requests? It's like, oh my god, too many Muslim rapists are showing up. I know what to do. We don't stop the Muslim rapists. We stop them from finding the Muslim rapists.
They're submitting over 1,000 requests. I wonder who it could be. It's Rupert Law.
And there he is. There it is every time.
He's getting all the information about migrant statistics and migrant crimes and like all of this other stuff, and he's basically standing up in Parliament going, so, and just basically bodying everybody with all of these statistics, and basically it's got to the point where they're like, shut it down, he's learning too much stuff, he's finding out too much of the bad shit that's happening, and he keeps telling everybody. So they're literally shutting down their own Freedom of Information request access from the guy researching migrant crime. It's like, they can't say they didn't know what was happening. They can't say it was like an oopsie-poopsie, some sort of mistake or misunderstanding, because they're literally not even letting people investigate it. Telling everybody all the horrible things that are happening because of our actions and just making us very upset. So he's been banned for making freedom, which I don't think they're allowed to do. I don't think they're
definitely
actually allowed
illegal.
To do that. Rupert Law, the MP for Great Yarmouth and the leader of the Restore Britain party, has been barred from using the Freedom of Information website, What Do They Know? The decision, which follows Mr. Lowe submitting over 1,000 requests, was criticised by the MP as not in the spirit of transparency.
No shit.
Now, it seems that he is just asking for this information because it's information that he requires. He just needs the information, like that's it. It is part of his work. He's an MP. He's an MP trying to bring around change, and in order to bring around accuracy.
Think about how insane this is. First of all, I don't think they should be allowed to even shut down freedom of information requests from like your average citizen. But they are stopping a member of the British Parliament from learning about public records. This is crazy, bro. Like, this is actually insane.
Accurate change, you need accurate data and accurate statistics so that you can make informed decisions on legislation. Right? So he is perfectly within his remit to be asking for this information. Mr. Lowe's extensive inquiries through the platform, which facilitates public access to government information, included questions on diversity, equity and inclusion, DEI hires and training, alleged grooming gangs, and universal credit provisions for refugees. For the Yanks who don't know, that's welfare. What Do They Know operates as an independent online archive, enabling users to easily submit and monitor their freedom of information requests to Whitehall departments and other public bodies. Mr. Lowe's account was suspended after the site said he had used it to send general messages to public authorities or for personal messages to public organisations. He's a politician. He's a politician. He's supposed to be doing all that stuff. In a statement on Tuesday, Mr. Lowe told the Press Association, sadly, our access has been restricted, which I do not believe is in the spirit of transparency.
No shit.
Our teams have uncovered huge scandals through FOI and investigation work. This censorship will not stop us from containing those efforts. So basically, he found out a little bit too much stuff. Government's like, stop telling people that. Stop telling people all the data about...
That's literally accurate. He's just finding out what the government covered up, which should be public record, and they're banning him from researching. It's Islamophobic to notice that Muslims are raping kids in England? Like, I'm sorry, man.
All the awful things that we're doing to them, stop it. Stop it, retards. Stop telling on us. Anyway, Restore Britain is the only political party first correctly identifying the issues, but more importantly, outlining how to solve it. What a novel approach that is.
True!
Is fair. A spokesperson for What Do They Know confirmed to the Press Association that Mr. Lowe had been banned from using the website, but declined to comment further. I can tell you now, has he been submitting an awful lot of requests? Yeah, he probably has been.
But who cares?
Probably has been. However, he is an MP, he is the leader of a political party. Basically, they have to decide things like legislation, their manifesto and stuff like that, and in order to do that, you need a shit ton of data. You do need a shit ton of data. If you're like, here, this is my plan for running the country, if anything, 1,000 data points seems kind of fucking low. Like, if I'm being honest, right? So, he's perfectly within his right to do it.
It's absolutely shocking, because it's not just him. This should be perfectly in the rights of any British citizen to do, let alone a member of the fucking parliament, banned from just investigating how Muslims are raping white girls. Now, what could the agenda possibly be? So, borders are evil. We're not allowed to have borders on our countries. Everyone should be welcome into our countries. Also, do not investigate how they rape you. Because if you notice that they rape you a lot, well, then you might really be wanting those borders again.
Hey, are you into strong, handsome, heroic, manly dudes? Well, why else would you be watching my videos? I'm Jake, and this is the story of Heracles, not Hercules. That's what the Romans called him. And I'm sure people who aren't pedantic nerds will care very much about that distinction. Okay, so we all know Zeus loves the ladies, and the ladies... But one day, Zeus scoped out a total babe named Alcmene, who was already taken by a guy named Amphitryon. Aw, man, if there's one institution I would never dare to violate, it's the sanctity of marriage. Oh, I know, I'll just transform myself into Amphitryon. Then it will be totally fine. So then Zeus pulled some strings to make the night last 3 times as long, and then went down to Alcmene in disguise and, oh hey, look at that over there. The next morning, Amphitryon came back home. Hi honey, I'm back from my business trip. What are you talking about? You've been back since last night. You mean the night that was unnaturally long, likely due to some kind of supernatural intervention? Wait a minute. Aw, not again, Zeus. Whoopsie daisy. Not Again Zeus was filmed in front of a live studio audience. Anyway, 9 months later, Alcmene had 2 fraternal twins fathered by Zeus and Amphitryon, respectively, which is actually a real thing that can happen, and I didn't even know that. It was around this time Alcmene remembered Zeus's wife Hera wasn't a super big fan of her husband's extramarital lovers and their bastard children, and she panicked and left her Zeus baby out in a field. But then Athena scooped him up and brought him to Hera. Hey Hera, check out this random baby who you have no particular reason to hate. His name is, Hera is super awesome and everyone likes her. Yeah, that baby's pretty cool. Nothing about him would suggest that he's a walking reminder of my husband's infidelity, causing intense feelings of inadequacy that I'll choose to take out on others instead of facing the fact that I'm in a deeply unhealthy marriage. Yep, totally. He looks pretty hungry though. Maybe you can feed him with those fat mommy milkers of yours. Sure, as long as you promise never to say fat mommy milkers ever again. So Hera's magic goddess milk gave baby Heracles a major strength and constitution buff, and then he was brought back home to his family. And then Hera realized she was duped, so she sent some snakes to take care of the brat. But he wasn't all that bothered by them. And thanks to his OP stats, Heracles grew up big and strong and overachieved in pretty much every area. His only vice was having a slight temper. Very good, Heracles, though I noticed you started drifting ever so slightly off tempo around bar 125. Yeah, and then out of nowhere he tried to punch me, so as you can see, I instinctively acted in self-defense. That all seems to add up. Have a nice day, sir. Amphitryon started to get a little nervous around his stepson, so he sent Heracles to take care of the cattle outside of Thebes. But he still found plenty of stuff to kill, and he decided to visit Thebes again to show everyone his fresh new fit. But along the way, he ran into some messengers from Menea. Well, hi diddly hail and well met, travelers. What brings you to Thebes? Oh, we're coming to take some cows from the Thebans. Yeah, our king decided to take tribute from you guys every year because we can and nobody will stop us. Oh, I'll give you your tribute.
And then we tried to explain to him that this wasn't a valid form of payment, but he wasn't very receptive.
And Erginos, king of Menea, was super ticked off, so he mounted an invasion against Thebes. And Heracles promptly handed them their asses. And the Thebans all thought he was super cool for this, so King Creon let Heracles marry his daughter, Megara, and they had a bunch of kids. And at this point, Hera was getting tired of seeing all the fame and glory he was getting, so she decided to completely ruin his life, as is her specialty. Wow, I sure do love having a beautiful, loving family. Actually, I hate beautiful, loving families! And Heracles was super bummed about murdering his family in a spontaneous fit of rage, so he traveled to the Oracle of Delphi to ask how to atone for his sins. Yeah, so you have a cousin named Eurystheus who's king of Tiryns, and he's kind of a douche, so as punishment you have to do 12 labors— No, wait, that's a spoiler. Sorry, 10 labors of his choosing. And then after that, you can become a god. Whoa, really? Damn, I should have killed my family years ago. So Heracles traveled to Tiryns in Mycenae and met with his cousin Eurystheus to be assigned his 10 labors. Oh hey, Heracles, my favorite cousin who everybody likes more than me even though I'm the king. What can I do for you? Oh, I accidentally committed some homicide and now I have to do 10 tasks assigned by you to redeem myself. Oof, well, we've all been there. But don't worry, I'll make sure your 10 labors are super easy so you can go right back to being everyone's favorite descendant of Zeus in no time. Why don't you start by, oh, I don't know, slaying the Nemean lion? That shouldn't be too tough. Sucker. Okay, now what? How did you even kill that thing? Its pelt is supposed to be impenetrable. Yeah, I noticed it wasn't bothered by weapons, so I just choked it until it stopped trying to claw my eyes out. Whoa, look everybody, Heracles killed the Nemean lion. Man, he's so cool. I can't think of a single person as cool as him. Nope, not a single other person comes to mind. Hey, Heracles, do you want to impregnate my 50 hot daughters? Okay, next you need to, kill the Lernaean Hydra. And this time, just meet me out front when you get back. So Heracles hitched a ride with his nephew, Aeolus, to the swamp of Lerna where the Hydra lived. And he soon found that his typical brute force tactics weren't very well suited for this foe. But with Aeolus's help, he was able to discover the monster's secret weakness, fire. And once it was dead, Heracles used its drops to craft some arrows with a sweet poison buff. Then they went back to Eurystheus to present their victory. Wow, nice work, guys, but Since you received help, I'm afraid I can't stamp your card for this labor. What? You never told me that was a rule. Oh, I'm sorry, are these the 10 labors of Heracles or the 10 labors of Heracles and his nephew? Technically, it's gonna be 11 labors now. You're not helping. Heracles' next labor was to capture the gold-antlered Cerenian hind, but it was super fast, so he had to chase it around non-stop for a year until it got tired and gave up. And on his way back with it, he ran into the goddess Artemis. Hey, what are you doing with my favorite magic deer? You better not hurt it, or I'll smite the shit out of you. Oh yeah, this isn't what it looks like. I just have to take it to my cousin. It's part of this whole hero's journey atonement thing, I guess. What are you atoning for? Massacring my wife and children. Oh, alright, just put it back when you're done. So he presented the deer to Eurystheus, knocking out another of his 11 labors so far. But before going on his next riveting adventure, Heracles decided to take a break for a little bit, because animation takes a while, and I need to upload on at least a bi-weekly basis if I don't want to starve to death and be eaten by my orphan cats. Being a YouTuber sure is fun. Did I mention I have a Patreon? Last time on the exciting adventures of Heracles, some stuff happened. Go watch the first video. So after completing his third labor, Heracles was sent to capture the Erymanthian boar, which was causing some trouble in the city of Sophis. But along the way, he met a centaur named Pholus, and decided to take a break and hang out with him for a while. Thanks for dinner, man. What do you say we crack open a cold one and watch the game now? Oh, I'd be down, but all I've got is this special wine Dionysus gave me like 150 years ago. Talk about vintage. Pop it open. I would, but I'm a little worried my cousins will want to share, and they get pretty rowdy around alcohol. Oh, don't worry, I can party with another centaur or two. Alright, if you say so. Wine, 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 wine. Okay, there might not be enough to go around, actually. So Heracles had to fight off the horde of centaurs, and the poison arrows he got from the Hydra came very much in handy. But he accidentally shot a centaur named Chiron, who was actually a pretty cool guy. We'll learn about the stuff he did in another video. You know, at some point. Like, comment, subscribe. I guess you guys have had enough horsing around. Wow, that was crazy. These arrows must be super poisonous. Ow, I'm dead. Well, this was a bizarre and needlessly violent detour. Oh hey, there's that boar I need to catch. That was easy. And Heracles finally brought the boar to his cousin Eurystheus. And his next labor was to clean the stables of the Aegean cattle in a single day. But he decided this task deserved some extra compensation. So he went to the cattle's owner, Aegeus, and offered to clean up his stables in a single day, purely as a good deed, in exchange for some of his cows. I'd like to see you try. Cool, thanks. Wait, what? And Heracles made quick work of those cow pies by diverting a river to wash the stables squeaky clean. But Aegeus didn't want to pay up for Heracles' service and kicked him out of his land. Damn wage theft. Well, at least I've knocked out another labor. Actually, I just remembered a totally pre-existing rule where you can't try to receive payment for your labors. Gonna have to make up for this with a 12th one. Well, shit. What do I have to do now? See those birds by that lake? Yeah, go scare them. Make them fly away. That's it? I had to pull this one out of my ass. Give me a break. So after that, and a few more labors involving the harassment of wild animals, namely a pissed-off bull and some man-eating horses, Heracles took a break to do some other fun stuff. He killed another centaur, he invented the Olympic Games, he helped the gods fight some giants, he sailed around for a little bit with this guy named Jason, who I'll probably talk about sometime later. Like, comment, subscribe, click the bell icon, tell your friends, kill your parents. He even helped Prometheus out of that situation with the eagle, which was a real Chad move. And with all the fame and glory Heracles accumulated with each new adventure, his haters got increasingly mad. So when it came time to resume his labors, Eurystheus decided to ramp up the difficulty, and ordered him on a perilous quest to the land of the Amazons, to retrieve the belt of the fearless warrior queen Hippolyte. Hey, can I have that belt? Yeah, sure. Shit! But Hera wasn't about to see her least favorite step-bastard get another easy win. So she snuck in with the Amazons disguised as one of their own, and she told the warriors that Heracles was secretly there to kidnap their queen. Wow, I'm sure glad I was able to wrap up this labor without any unnecessary bloodshed. Halt in the name of girl bossery! You know, I'd love at least one labor that doesn't involve mass murder and/or animal abuse. Funny you should say that, because I'm having a barbecue tonight and I was hoping you could maybe pick up some steaks for me. Ugh. So for his 10th labor, Heracles was sent to retrieve the red cattle of Geryon, who lived on a faraway island called Erythia. It took Heracles a long while to travel across Europe to get there, and as the sun beat down on him, he started to get a little cranky. Did you just try to shoot the sun? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, man. I've just been having a rough week. Oh, no, dude, I'm honestly just impressed. I've never seen a human being with the audacity to try to cap a celestial body. You know what? Here's a magic cup for your troubles. Oh, thanks? No problem. Anyway, I gotta carry on. I'm off to bring a massive heat wave to a village of poor subsistence farmers. I love my job. Later, Hercules. Actually, it's Heracles in a Greek Nobody cares! Well, that just happened. Finally, he made it to the island of the red cattle, which were guarded by a two-headed dog, a regular dude, and a dude made of 3 dudes. So yeah, he got to commit violence on quite a diverse range of life forms that day. His next challenge was bringing the cows, which conveniently all fit in Helios' magic cup, back to Mycenae. One of them ended up getting loose and mixed itself up with a guy named Eryx's cows. And Eryx told Heracles he wouldn't give the cow back unless he could beat him in a wrestling match. I wonder how that went. Then when Heracles had almost made Hera scared all the cows away with a fly, forcing him to snatch them all back up. Because if it wasn't obvious, Hera just likes to see him suffer. But at last, after fighting tooth and nail to keep each and every cow safe and sound, he finally brought them to Eurystheus, just in time for him to slaughter them all in tribute to his favorite goddess, Hera. And finally, with his initial 10 tasks completed, Heracles was now left to do his 2 extra labors to make up for the ones his douchebag, cousin, arbitrarily invalidated. And don't worry, I'm sure I'll be able to research, write, and animate the remaining portions of Heracles' life story in a totally reasonable amount of time. But until then, you can watch my tier lists or something. Hey, did you know that the mythical Cyclops originated from ancient people discovering elephant skulls and mistaking the nasal cavity for an eye socket? I did too. This is like one of the most popular fun mythology facts that get tossed around. But after seeing this claim resurface online recently, I started to wonder if there's any real merit to it, and whether I might be able to ruin everyone's fun by showing that it's baseless. So let's start by looking at the earliest accounts of Cyclopes, that's the plural of Cyclops, found in the works of Hesiod and Homer. Hesiod's Cyclopes are the children of Gaia and Uranus, namely Brontes, Steripes, and Arges. They're described as resembling their godly siblings, save for that, quote, one eye only was set in the midst of their foreheads, and they were surnamed Cyclopes, orb-eyed. After a plucky young Zeus frees them from imprisonment, these 3 gift him
So the human cockroach known as Jack Doherty has been on a downward spiral for the better part of 2 years. And if you're one of the thousands of people and not one of the tens of thousands of viewbots watching his stream, you will have been a witness to the nosedive that his career has taken over the years. How he's turned fans into haters, how he's turned haters into people who want him to get off the fucking internet forever, and all the rest. So in this video, I want to talk about Jack Doherty's past, present, and future, how this fucking nutsack with lips plans to continue his dying career, and to say his career is on life support is a disrespect to life support, because life support saves lives, it doesn't save cancers. Let's take a look at the downfall of Jack Doherty. Leave a like if you enjoy, and subscribe if you're new. Let's get into it.
The most hated streamer in the world is somehow even more pathetic than people thought he was.
One of them being he flipped an entire golf cart on top of me on purpose.
And at this point, there doesn't seem to be a single line he won't cross for clout and money.
He literally was excited over the fact that we were going to make the most money we've ever made in our lives. It wasn't because he was excited to have a baby with me and have a family and have start a new era.
It is
so that's his girlfriend, by the way. This is his ex-girlfriend, McKinley. Jack Doherty being exposed as a money-worshipping sycophant doesn't surprise me, because it is really the most uncool people, the most lame people that think that money will unlame them. They think that the more money they make, the more likable they become, and there is never and will never be a correlation between the two. Money has zero effect on how fucking cool you are. Jack Doherty is actually a case for the opposite being true. The more money he's gotten, the more insufferable he's become. He is one of, if not the most unlikable people on the internet. As he's become more popular and presumably richer, that dislike has only increased. So for him to be excited about more money being made shows you the disconnect between him and the public perception, because he thinks, well, if I make more millions, then I'll have more fans. It's like, nobody, not even close to true.
Because he was excited to have a baby with me and have a family and start a new era.
It has reached the stage where his ex-girlfriend did a 5-hour interview exposing him for being a terrible and abusive boyfriend who manipulated her through false affection, trapped her with endless contracts and NDAs, and
I'm sorry, but what the fuck did she see in this demon? This might be the most convincing case I've seen against looks maxing, because that dude is hideous and she's actually pretty good looking.
The money he was able to make from her. And instead of taking these allegations seriously or addressing them at all, Jack was busy trying to break into events he wasn't invited to, getting into arguments with other creators, and saying the most outrageous stuff he could think of.
I'm kidding, but like, my brother's gay. The fuck? I kissed 2 guys at once. How can I be homophobic? You don't know anything. You're just a woman.
You can still be homophobic.
Oh, and what are you?
All for the sake of farming viral clips, just so he can keep his dying career afloat for a little while longer. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we're taking a look at yet another chapter in the deserved downfall of Jack Doherty. How he's continuing to dig deep.
Imagine going to the barber and asking them for the Doherty. Imagine taking a screenshot of this and showing it to your barber. Like, do you hate your life? I think if you have this haircut, there's a better chance of you getting into college if you say the N-word as a white man than having this haircut. If this guy has this haircut versus another guy who's white who says the N-word guy is getting into college.
But despite hitting rock bottom many times already, how he's turned into everyone's go-to target for insults and hate, both online and in person, and why many believe he should be straight up locked behind bars for everything his ex revealed about his behavior off camera. And on the off chance he actually does, we'll be here to cover it all, so hit that subscribe button to make sure you don't miss any future updates. And let's get on with the video. Jack Doherty is arguably one of the most infamous streamers on the planet. He made a name for himself by harassing people in real life and then hiding behind his bodyguard when things got real. He also became known for hanging out with a bunch of OF models on streams. We now know the true extent to which he was exploiting these girls, but we'll get to that in a bit.
This is the whole point that I'm trying to make. Like, if a homeless guy shows up, but he's good looking, this guy has a better chance inserting his dick into any of these girls than Jack Doherty does, because he's exploiting them for money versus those girls actually having an attraction to him.
But simply, Jack was the quintessential nuisance who quickly became one of the most hated figures on the internet. And while this notoriety fueled his growth initially, it has also become a key factor of his perpetual downfall. Because whenever something bad happens to him, not a single soul is willing to give him any support. Every day when Jack is having a bad day is a good day. When I got a notification that he lost everything, I smiled. Jack Doherty is not doing very well. Good. The last time everyone was clowning on Jack, he was trying to get attention by faking a robbery.
I just got robbed on Rodeo Drive. 4 armed guys hopped out of their car, ripped both my chains off my neck.
Crashing out over his girlfriend, McKinley, breaking up with him, and calling the cops to escape his clutches.
It's like my girlfriend called the cops on me. I can't believe what's happening right now. Girls are the fake. You guys don't even believe it.
And failing miserably at farming sympathy from the internet.
I love her. It's my girlfriend. That's why I've been with her for the past 2 years. You know, it's like, it's not me. Not me with someone I don't love or don't think I would be with in the future.
Did I just hear a smoke detector chirp in a fucking multi-million-dollar mansion?
You know, it's like, it's not me. not me with someone I don't love.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Don't think I would be with in the future. And I don't think it's something that you can't overcome, but like...
Now, from everything that came out when the breakup happened...
He just said it's something that I don't think we can't overcome. Bro, she's over your cum.
Back in May last year, we had...
You were giving her the Taco Bell dick, and I don't think she was having a Baja Blast.
Some idea of why McKinley made this decision.
Yeah, exactly. He got violent with her last night. He was on her in my house on the front.
However, even with everything people already knew about Jack, no one could have predicted just how dire her situation really was. The details of...
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at the situation. I'm laughing at this acne-ridden chud being next to this girl who's, like, objectively at least 4 points above his league.
No one could have predicted just how dire her situation really was. The details of her life with Jack became public in October 2025, when McKinley appeared on Camilla Araujo's podcast, who was also a part of Jack's group in...
Do you want me to throw your monkey?
The single episode
Do you want me to throw your monkey?
Into 2 parts, spanning over 5 hours in total, and packed to the brim with some of the most damning allegations against Jack. A large portion of these allegations were focused around the same topic: Jack's borderline obsession with farming content. Admittedly, anyone even remotely familiar with him knew this already. After all, the first thought after crashing his McLaren and injuring his friend wasn't rushing him to a hospital or even making sure that he was okay. Instead, his first instinct was to start filming the aftermath of the crash, just so he could get as many views out of the accident as possible. As a comment on YouTube puts it, crashed going 71 miles per hour while reading chat on a highway full of rain. He gave his bleeding friend a camera and a phone to get the angles. Don't forget, his friend's arm is popped out. This man is just disgusting, honestly. But even that incident didn't fully reveal the length Jack's willing to go to for content. About an hour and a half into the first part of the podcast, McKinley recounted an incident that happened in August last year. Jack took McKinley and others in his crew to a takeover event in LA, which, for those who don't know, are informal, often illegal and dangerous car meets, where hundreds of people gather to perform stunts like drifting and street racing in a public space. Several of these meets usually happen back-to-back on the same night as well, with viewers having to drive between them if they want to catch all of the action. That night, Jack and the others had already gone to 2 of these events, and were driving to the 3rd one on their tour bus. McKinley, however, had a bad feeling about the whole thing, and decided to stay back in the bus for the 3rd one. Unfortunately for her, the bus turned out to be far less secure than she had hoped.
We were not hiding anywhere. Like, we were in a party bus, like, very out in the open. And I was sitting in my seat, every type of thing, freaking out, so much anxiety. And then I hear the car door open. And I pop my head up, I'm like, okay, everyone's back, like, finally time to go. When I looked up from the seat, I make eye contact with the guy I'd never seen before in a surgical mask. Like, it wasn't the 2 guys in shiesties that I had seen, it was a guy with a bag.
You know it's bad when your options are surgical mask guy and shiesty guy.
A gun.
She didn't know what this guy's intentions were, and was understandably scared out of her mind.
And I looked at him. He said, "Who's in this party bus?" I didn't think he knew I was in there. So when I popped up and, like, made eye contact with him, I thought maybe it'd spook him and that he would, like, get out. And then I saw him hop over the seat into the van. And in this van, like, you're able to stand up fully straight up. He started running like towards me, and I was like, I'm dead. Like, this is the time I, like, either get, like, killed or something horrible. And I just remember saying, like, please, no. Like, I just was begging him. I was like, you know.
I'm not trying to be that guy, but why would Jack Doherty show up to a car meet when he's, like, the richest and also most hated person there? Wouldn't they just rob him? I wouldn't go there if I was him, because I know that people hate me and that they know that I have money. Like, you would be the first person to steal, like, $1 million worth of shit off of somebody, and the whole internet is on your side.
Everything, like, of mine
That's crazy.
You know, my purse, you can have my money. I couldn't find my purse anywhere.
This poor girl has to fucking go with him. Like, this guy's insanely evil.
I was like,
just let her go home. Is this like a cute date for Jack Doherty? Let me bring my girlfriend to a card meet where we drift and shit. Like, bro, how about like a nice dinner? Bro, you're bringing her around a bunch of thugs and hooligans.
I was like, where the fuck is it? I was like, please help me find it.
Luckily, the guy was only after her money and took off after robbing her. And while
So she got just fucking straight up robbed. That's awful.
Losing everything sucked. It was one of the better outcomes of that unpredictable situation.
And get away with it.
I thought he lived in a nice area, bro. What?
Could have been a stolen gun. He had a mask on. They could have came back to me dead in the car. But I was like, please help me find my purse. Like, I'll give you everything.
After calming her nerves, she managed to call Jack and the others back to the bus. And after going through such a traumatic event, the least she deserved was reassurance from her boyfriend. Jack, however, had something else on his mind. To him, McKinley nearly losing her life was nothing more than great content that is sure to go viral.
Wait, can you take your stuff?
I think.
What the fuck?
No, I took purse my bag. You can get your fucking bag.
He took your purse?
I don't know.
McKinley, where's the key?
Why the fuck is Mickey Mace here? This guy is like a fucking, like, gambling, like, weirdo. Why is he here?
I don't know.
McKinley, where's the key? Where's the key?
But that was the most real trauma.
Even when she explicitly asked Jack to cut the cameras, he did not listen and continued filming.
Like,
Bro, can you imagine those moments being put online against your will? She's like, dude, please don't do that. Please, can you take this off the air? And he's like, no, it's offline. And it's just not. Your boyfriend's lying to you, exploiting your fucking breakdown for content. Jeez, what a fucking insaniac.
It was a noise that had never came out of me before. I was freaking out. Jack was, yelling at me. What happened? And I'm like shaking. I'm like, I can't even like explain what happened. He refused to shut off the camera. He refused to stop his live stream. He was laughing about it, saying like, well, you're gonna wake up tomorrow and like, you're gonna wake up to all these TikToks and
dude, this guy's sick.
Like these viral clips. I'm like, Jack, I don't care. I'm like, everything is content. Like, I don't know what isn't anymore.
However, as awful as this behavior was, at least he wasn't the one who caused the incident in the first place. Because, as it turns out, he's not above deliberately harming others just for the sake of farming viral clips.
People forget that his early content was going into Dick's Sporting Goods and trashing the place while trying not to get caught and filming it all. Like, this guy didn't have innocent origins and turn evil. He was always a fucking evil scumbag, and then it just got taken to its extreme. So it's like par for the course for a guy like him.
And there's no better example of this than one of his streams back in November 2023, when he flipped a golf cart while McKinley was sitting beside him. He received plenty of backlash for it back when it happened, but for the wrong reason. You see, most people at the time assumed that he was just being reckless, and the cart...
I feel bad of McKinley. I thought she was under the golf cart. Jack has to be more careful. Listen, Michael Grinberg 154, he needs to be banned from Earth. He doesn't need to be more careful. He needs to be banned from Earth.
Flipping over was a total accident, with some commenters even telling him to be, quote, careful. But as McKinley revealed during the podcast,
it's intentional.
This was no accident.
Yeah.
One of them being he flipped an entire golf cart on top of me on purpose, and it was for a clip. I know that because he was trying his best to flip it, and you can see in the footage the only thing that he was looking for was the camera to see if they got it. I want to insert that clip and show you guys what had happened.
And that wasn't even the worst of it. Jack not only did the stunt on purpose, he once again prioritized content over the safety and well-being of his girlfriend.
He had prior obligations to go on a yacht with Antonio Brown, so it wasn't a priority. I was like, Jack, I need to go to the hospital. I was crying. I couldn't even walk. My back was so bruised up, and like my whole entire spine was just bruised.
in my neck. It had hit my neck. It literally could have killed me.
He kept trying to convince her that she was okay.
This seems to be a repeat trend where it doesn't matter how much of your life is at risk. He's going to keep filming and exploiting you for content. This is exactly what happened with the car crash. And I don't know if I would make a law around this, but if you decide your priority is content over medical and interpersonal assistance toward the person who was just seriously harmed, I would say you probably should be tried for negligence or maleficence or some shit. I don't know if that's even a word, like malignant intent or some shit, right? Like, you actively are not helping a person in medical need because of your content desire.
Hybrids
That
absolute.
to me should be something that you can get charged for. Like, imagine sticking a
What's
phone
up,
in
man?
someone's face or a camera in someone's face when they're drowning instead of like helping them up. That's got to be illegal. It should be.
If you've got free time and a phone, you can get paid right now just by playing games and doing surveys thanks to today's sponsor, Free Cash. It's a legit platform where you can earn real money for trying apps, testing games, or quick surveys. People are cashing out in as little as 17 minutes with PayPal, gift cards, or crypto, and it's completely free to join and super easy. So if you're already on your phone, you might as well make some cash. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen and start earning now.
And that it was nothing. However, when she took matters into her own hands and went to the hospital without him, he suddenly rushed over to the hospital. Of course, the reason
Hybrids
behind
absolute.
this visit had
I'm on
little to
break
do
right
with his
now.
concern over his girlfriend, and it was more about his desire to get as much content out of it as possible.
And he was filming me. I was so embarrassed because I'm like, I'm in the hospital, you're filming all of these things. He was like, you're the
On
baddest
break or
one in
on
the
lunch?
hospital on video. And I was like, I'm just not in the mood for this, but he was
I got a
filming
new.
and
This is my
they
new
gave me
summer setup. You can see the
medicine.
top of my head in the cat cam. I gotta adjust the camera.
Hybrids absolute.
He not
The
only
latter.
never treated her like a normal girlfriend behind the scenes, but sometimes even got physically violent with her over otherwise minor arguments.
He's like, you're not grateful for shit. He's like, I should have never given you a fucking chance. And I'm brushing my teeth, I'm crying, there are tears coming down my face. And he comes right here and he's like, you're a stupid fucking whore. And he's spitting on me. He literally, I could feel the fucking spit come off of his mouth because of how close he was to my face, screaming in my ear. And he
Hybrids
pushes me as
absolute.
hard as he can
Oh, I
into
just
the wall.
noticed that in the cat cam.
And I caught myself. in
Yeah,
my
you can see the
arm,
top of my
which
head.
I have a picture.
Bro had a fucking chud explosion. This guy chud raged all over his girlfriend for no reason. What did he say? Sorry?
Hand into the wall, to my face, screaming in my ear. And he pushes.
He's screaming in your ear saying what?
He's like, you're a stupid fucking whore. And he's spitting on me. He
Dude, what? Save that shit for India. You can get away with that there. Here we treat our women like people. Sorry, Jack.
literally, I could feel the fucking spit come off of his mouth because of how close he was to my face, screaming in my ear. And he pushes me as hard as he can into the wall.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. If I was her, I'd fight back. I think you have a decent chance against Jack Doherty. He don't seem too strong. He seems like a fucking Lego figure.
And I caught myself in my arm, which I have a picture.
But yeah, getting spit on you is pretty gross. Ooh, damn, yeah, she's bruised up.
The bruise.
Yeah.
Which begs the question, why did McKinley get in a relationship with such an awful guy in the first place? And the answer to this question involves the biggest accusation McKinley made against Jack on this podcast.
Trafficking?
Put simply, Jack actually treated her super well in the beginning. She talked extensively about
Lover boy method.
How he made her feel loved and protected during the early days of their relationship.
I know this one.
There was a time when she could see herself spending the rest of her life with Jack. Despite how he treated everyone else on his streams, he was nice and kind to her.
If he was toxic in the beginning, why was I with him? But he wasn't. He was amazing. And I want people to know that, like, I didn't put myself in a toxic situation, but he was so different in the beginning.
Right.
Hybrids absolute.
And I know, like,
What I
people
miss.
see of him online, like, it's obviously
Nothing.
negative
I
and
can't
all this
actually.
stuff, but that wasn't who I fell for. It was.
I can't
The
even
reason you stay is because you're
improve
attached
this
to what
meth.
was. Thinking that
I mixed
someone
it with
who
so
played
much
a
stuff.
role and acted out a facade will be become that facade eventually if you give them enough chances, right? Which isn't true.
How much is it
It was
worth?
a protector. It was a provider. It was someone that had respect for me, and you know,
I'm
just
sorry, protector. I get provider. Protector.
$217
bodyguard's the protector.
per unit.
I was okay, and opening the car door for me, taking me out to dinner, very respectful.
She even mentioned being okay with his OF business as long
Hybrids
as he kept her
absolute.
out of it.
Holy
But
strange
soon,
Batman.
The mask started slipping as his
Hybrids
true emotions
absolute.
became more and
You have
more
so many.
Michelle walked into the bathroom.
It's getting harder and harder for me to find new marijuana
Don't
strains.
freak out, but Jack really wants
Well,
to start
actually, all I'd
OnlyFans,
have to
and
do
he
is
said that
mix,
there's no reason for
change
you
the
guys to
seed
feel
I
like you're
use, and I
not
could start a whole new
And I broke down in tears.
freaking
I
batch
wow.
of strains. Most of those are all the granddaddy.
Everything that he had said to me, like, oh, I know you're my wife because you don't have one, and getting me to go to dinner and try to get me on OnlyFans, but it didn't work. Now it's an ultimatum. He wanted me, when he realized he didn't have the control over me when it came to other people and like what they could say, he realized that he did need to create an ultimatum for me. And that was hard for me, and he knew that. He knew what I felt and how I felt about him and the whole situation.
As she mentioned in the podcast, this was quite the shock for McKinley, who never thought Jack would want this from her. But when she tried to argue against it and give her reasoning for why she didn't want to do it, that's when the alleged true emotional manipulation began.
They just start laughing. I didn't think it was funny. I guess they were just like, because Jack had never brought up OnlyFans to me, so it was like, because he made everyone else do it. Very awkward. Yeah, he made everyone else do it. Which was, it's sad looking back on it because that was something I respected. I was like, I respect
Sarah_Ioala. How is the game going?
Cares about my beliefs. And
It's going good.
He understands that.
Assuming everything she revealed on the podcast was true, it makes it clear why he was so nice to her earlier, since to him, this was all part of his plan to gain her trust.
Sarah_Ioala. What's that in the cat cam?
That's the top of my head.
I feel like you don't need to find a girl and love bomb her into doing OnlyFans.
And over here, that's
girls doing OnlyFans who are
my other recliner. I put it there so the cats could sit there.
Making nothing in order to
I gotta do some rearranging. This is
OnlyFans business, right? Like that sounds crazy to say.
My summer setup.
You have to usher in new girls to your business.
I had to set everything back up because I had to put an air conditioner in this room, and the way I was set up before.
Your hair?
Yeah, that's the top of my head.
As a reference point to show the reality of OnlyFans, but it's something like the average OnlyFans earner makes $200 to $500 a month, which is not really livable in the U.S. And so if you find the average OnlyFans earner and say, hey, I can take your income and like 10x it or 5x it, here's my case studies, here's my testimonials. Like,
Hybrids absolute. Have you gotten into a shop fight in Windrose?
Get some clients.
Hybrids absolute.
These women are
Shit.
already at the point to do OnlyFans.
No, I haven't.
Judgment's maybe not the best. They would hand over their account.
I haven't even rescued all the guys yet.
Man, like finding a girl, like convincing her that you love her.
I almost rescued all of them.
Just to then later on reveal this is your like long.
Sarah_Ioala. Oh, now I see it clearly. It's your head.
Also, like, you know, it sounds, this whole thing sounds like Jack Doherty is this master manipulator and he's a genius, evil genius. It's not even that fucking smart. Like, it's really not. Like, you can, like I said, get all these girls who already have these accounts. Why ruin a relationship you have with a girl for what, like a little bit more money when there's a lot more money to be made in these other departments? Like, this is all gross, dark, evil business, right? But it's like, why are you taking souls now? This guy's like Satan. He's like getting girls who don't have accounts to make accounts and ruining their lives. That's
Sarah_Ioala. How about the cats?
She believed she could talk him out of
I
it.
was just
Jack,
playing
however, was more
fetch
prepared
with
to move forward with his plans
Shoujo.
than she realized.
And in my head,
And Buddy's being weird because I rearranged the room.
tomorrow, and I'll just be like, listen,
But he'll probably come in and hang out in a little bit anyway.
Like, that's where my head was at, but I just literally, I wanted to stop the conversation. I was so uncomfortable, and he told me to stop it. I didn't even have the
set up the
opportunity
camera.
to talk to my parents about it.
Dude, no, you have to talk to your parents. Like, what's going on, dude? What kind of fucked up household do you have to where Jack Doherty makes you sign your life away and your parents don't even know? Man.
I was gonna
That's a little better.
call my mom
Now you can't see
because
my head.
My mom was more comforting.
But you'll be
Now,
able to
it's
see the
important
spot
to
where Buddy will lay
clarify
down, I
that
bet.
He technically didn't force her to sign that contract, but from everything revealed about his behavior and manipulation, it's not hard to see why she agreed. The contract he had her sign was
Alright.
also quite exploitative, as it gave Jack
What day is
full
today?
control of all
Wednesday.
her socials, while also making him entitled to a significant portion of her future earnings. Unfortunately for McKinley, that was only the beginning of her troubles.
Access to my accounts and all of this stuff, the disrespect started showing. Like, he was not as respectful as he was in the beginning.
Some pimp behavior.
Dinner, you could forget about it. We never went on dates. We never did anything like how we did in the past. He was strictly just, content. So I was like, how do you keep up with all of this stuff? Like,
So not only did Jack love bomb her in the beginning, just so he could convince her to sign that contract, but the second she did, he dropped the mask entirely and became obsessed with earning as much money through her as possible. This also revealed another destructive side of Jack that she didn't know about before.
It's crazy when you consider most people view money as a means to an end. Like, oh, I want to make as much money as possible so that my wife and children have a financially sound existence. Whereas Jack views people as a means to an end, right? He views women as a means for money, whereas most people view money as a means for people and life. This guy's a fucking satanic, insaniac. What a backwards worldview. What's the point of exploiting people for money when the people that you should be helping with the money are the ones getting exploited? You're a backwards weirdo.
Substance abuse problem. Allegedly, Jack is severely addicted to prescription stimulants.
Adderall.
Even though he doesn't have any legit medical reason to take them. And
yeah,
if that wasn't bad enough,
Rose Wolf of Wall Street maxing without any of the charisma and swagger.
He allegedly forces many of his employees to take it as well, and even got McKinley addicted to the same stuff, just so they could keep up with his insane content schedule.
That just means Adderall should not be prescribed. Just my argument. I don't think it should be prescribed nearly the amount that it is.
I'm exhausted. Like, how does your
I'll
mind,
deal
like,
with
how
that
do you continue
later.
to do this?
Well, I might as well
And he
deal
was
with
like,
it.
"It's Adderall.
No.
You should try.
What did I
He's
say?
like, you will
I knew it.
be
I knew it. It's the only shit.
successful. I'm not proud of it at all, but I had a horrible Adderall addiction dating him because of him telling me I needed to keep up with him, and also it's like when Jack's face is somewhere, I was always there. I had to keep up with him.
This one addiction also reveals a lot about why he behaves the way he does on camera. As a comment on YouTube perfectly puts it, addicted to drugs plus addicted to attention. That's a bad combination. That said, if manipulating...
The thing with Adderall as well is that it can make you more aggressive and shorter tempered, which is a bad thing to have when you're an IRL streamer, because you'll be pissing people off that you normally wouldn't. That sort of can create conflict for content.
Her into signing an OF contract and getting her addicted to prescription stimulants.
I'll deal with that stuff later.
Throughout the podcast, McKinley also revealed many other horrible things Jack did, including actively cheating on her, openly flirting with other girls in front of her, and constantly berating her both on stream and behind the scenes.
Hybrids absolute. You got a lot of weed.
Was about the
yeah, but
and the content he could produce for his other socials. And nothing made this more apparent than when McKinley tested positive on a pregnancy test. If he had even an ounce of real feelings for her, this could have served as a way for them to solidify their relationship into something much more concrete. That's what McKinley expected as well, but nothing in the world could have prepared her for the first thing that popped into his mind after hearing this news.
I told him, and he didn't seem surprised whatsoever. He was like,
Hybrids absolute. Where we going?
The docks.
He literally
I bought the biggest spot, man.
His girlfriend get a pregnancy test positive and goes, W. Can we send him to Iran or something, bro? Like, what?
Over the fact that we were going to make the most money we've ever made in our lives. It wasn't because he was excited to have a baby with me and have a family and start a new era. of our life. It was, oh my gosh, we're gonna start a family YouTube channel and you're going to make so much money when you're pregnant and you have a pregnant belly.
The only silver lining in here was that...
So he was thinking that because she had a pregnant belly that would make the fetishists pay more. Yo, this guy needs... Bro, he's a sick freak. Bro, I hope they did not...
Hybrids absolute. You might like the mansion as well.
But bro, he does not deserve to have kids.
Jack was very upfront about his intentions. It ended up being a
Hybrids
reality check for
absolute.
McKinley,
When you get that
after
far.
consulting with a few other people, decided to terminate her pregnancy. She did not want to subject herself or her baby to the plans Jack had already made up for them.
Are in an abusive relationship and, you know, they find out they're having a child and they think that the child will, you know, make them a better person.
This incident also gave her the courage to eventually escape his clutches.
I can run over.
Now, before moving forward, an important point to note is that while much of Jack's toxic behavior is public on his streams and videos, McKinley didn't provide much evidence for some of the accusations she made against Jack. Though, with everything he's known for, a large chunk of the internet is willing to believe her completely. Some people have also had an issue with her completely glossing over the gross videos she made to promote her involving minors, and the fact that her
Dude
arrest
shot
is
me.
still active months after she separated from Jack, casting doubt on her claims of Jack being the one who manipulated her into it. A proper response from Jack with solid proof can clarify.
The issue is that when she sees the proof of concept, like even if this guy manipulates her and takes all this
Hybrids
money,
absolute. What shot you?
Give her a lot of free publicity. Well, not free, but
One of the cartel
publicity
dudes.
you can then take with her after leaving this guy, right? So yeah, I'm not holding
Fucking
it against her that
shot
she
me
still has
while I was
OnlyFans
running through there.
after being with this guy. I don't support it because I don't support OnlyFans, but like it makes sense in this context, right? I mean, it'd be cool if she stopped, but she won't. You know, she's not going to.
These doubts.
And all those OnlyFans promotion videos she posts on YouTube Shorts, like, who do you think taught her that?
One way or another, but from the looks of things, he's showing no interest in defending himself. Maybe he thinks ignoring the controversy would make it go away. Unfortunately for him, the walls are starting to close in from every direction, and there's nothing he can do to come out the other side unscathed.
Right.
People around the internet are fed up with his antics. The comments under everything he posts are flooded with people either hating on him or demanding justice for McKinley, be it on YouTube, TikTok, or any other social platforms he uses. This backlash has also tanked his viewership, especially on YouTube, where he went from getting hundreds of thousands of viewers per video to often not even reaching 100,000. But online backlash and hate is one thing. Jack's even getting cooked in real life as well, like when he tried to sneak into TwitchCon by making one of his new OF girls distract the guards.
Go distract that guy, make him look to the right, we're all gonna walk left.
What the fuck?
He was also very proud of this little stunt.
Oh, we snuck into TwitchCon. We snuck into TwitchCon.
Good shit, dude. I'm really happy to see you
We
here.
snuck into TwitchCon.
That is until just a few minutes later, when he got confronted by the guards.
You mind stepping out over here? I need to speak to you.
It sounded her. We snuck into TwitchCon. We snuck into TwitchCon.
Short to be security. You are way too short to be security.
Now you caught up with us.
Run after us.
Oh, dude, that's fucking brutal. The black pill is everywhere.
After his master plan of causing chaos at TwitchCon and farming clips failed completely, he became even more desperate and started shouting homophobic slurs just to get attention. And when streamer Peach Jars called him out on it, he had the strangest excuse locked and loaded.
I'm kidding, but like, my brother's gay. The fuck? I kissed two guys at once. How can I be homophobic? You don't know anything. You're just a woman.
You can still be homophobic.
Oh, and what are you? Homosexual?
A reasonable human being.
This is so brutal.
I'm homophobic. I love my brother.
You're not just hear all his stories.
So what was doesn't mean I'm homophobic just because I say I'm homophobic. I'm homophobic. What was reasonable? And nothing's gonna happen to me.
Oh, dude, this is so brutal. This is Jesper Maxing.
That's the problem.
He was likely hoping to turn this into a full confrontation, but Peach Jars quickly realized what he was doing and simply walked away, causing him to become even more desperate.
Jimmy, I need a good comeback. I need something from you. You're full
Why is she hanging with him?
hate. I need you to have one good hateful comment on me. Something that makes sense. Something that's true. Because He's better looking than you. No, because you have nothing to say. You definitely... You have nothing to say.
Then, when he was least expecting it, streamer Soul Jakey found him in the crowd and began pressing him for scamming tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars from his fans through crypto rug pulls.
How come you rubbed all those meme coins, bro? On Pop One. I didn't. What do you mean? You did. You're still streaming? Yeah, I'm live right now. On Pop One? Nah. Wait, I mean, you took all the money from those, like, core coins. I didn't take money from shit. Look at the charts, boy. You didn't run them? Nope. It was a straight Rekt gamble, bro. Not every single one of them. No, it wasn't.
Ooh.
Nah, no one bought it. You run for 6K, though.
Oof.
Oh, you rugged a coin for 6 grand?
By this point, the frustration of
6K?
his plans falling apart was
that
really
real?
getting to him, resulting in him lashing out at Soul Jakey just a few minutes later.
Stupid part, you can't even let me speak, you idiot. Go ahead. Can you speak, you fucking idiot? On that one. Hey, you guys are fucking... You got me on 6K.
And if that wasn't enough, he got pressed by another streamer named Canel Joseph, who not only humiliated him in front of a live crowd,
What are your thoughts on Jack Doherty?
He's a put.
Why?
Because it's Jack Doherty, bro. He's a put, bro. If he doesn't have no security, bro, he's...
but also shared the video with a much larger audience on YouTube.
Damn.
And all of this happened on the same night. Jack has become the punching bag of the streaming world, where anyone can walk up, insult him to his face, and the internet would cheer them on. That's not to say this is enough to pay for everything McKinley accused him of. He should absolutely face proper consequences for his vile actions. And for a moment, it looked like his luck had finally run out, because on the 15th of November, he was arrested in Florida for the possession of marijuana and other controlled substances.
Yeah, without a prescription. So I did see that he ended up getting arrested, but obviously he's walking free, and that to me shows that there is still work to be done. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the current state of Jack Doherty's career. What do you guys think about this down in the comments below? What do you think should happen to this guy? I appreciate you guys so much for watching. Please support Internet Anarchist, the original video creator that we just watched, down in the comments below, and I'll see you guys all in the next one. Goodbye.
Irene Palmer was born on March 2nd, 1930 in Bridgeport, Connecticut, as we can see right here on her passport. Irene's mom was deeply religious, claiming that God spoke to her directly. As a girl, Irene had a series of visions just like her mother, but her father never believed any of this. He thought his wife was crazy and had her committed to a psychiatric hospital, forcing a tearful goodbye.
I will always...
That was the last she ever saw of her mom, but her visions continued, which created issues with her father. After each vision, Irene would be left with the same thought in her head: Mary points the way. Word of her visions eventually reached the Catholic Church, and they sent a bishop to meet with the family and convince her father not to have her committed as well. The script for the nun offers a little more insight. Scripts are not usually considered canon, but this is one of those cases where it's relatively non-contradictory and even fits pretty well with the nun too, so I do want to talk about it briefly. Irene was investigated by the church to see if she had potentially been possessed, but it was ultimately decided that she was pure. The bishop suggested that she dedicate her life to the Lord, and when she did so, her visions stopped, so she planned to become a nun when she reached the proper age. And this
Angry young women. I guess they must have just got done watching my stream. The new feminism reshaping Britain. So it was a Wednesday night. Oh, here we go. There's a lot more of this. Dating men with different political views. They all immediately said, no, I don't think I'd even be friends with one. They don't even see you as human. And this is it. It made her a pick-me. Oh, yeah. And I think that women have been totally one-shot by social media. And I think the reason why is that social media hacks women's brains, I think, in a unique way, in a different way that it hacks men's brains, right? Like with men, it's sex, but like with women, I think it's consensus. Because once you establish a consensus on something, a lot of women just automatically go and they agree with it. They're like, yeah, so true, but that's not how something like that works. So, yeah, calling strike, I guess so. And so anyway, we'll look at this here, and I'll look at the Justin Bieber thing, but that's a good example. Strikingly, young women are a lot more negative about the opposite gender than young men. Look at this here. Under 30 women are 3x as likely to hold a negative view of young men than the other way around. So men don't really and this is, by the way, guys, all of the talk of like, oh, there's so many incels. I hate incels. Oh my God. They're everywhere now. Oh, God. Where have all the good men gone? Well, where have all the good women gone? They all fucking hate us. They hate us. And meanwhile, the amount of actual incels, so women, we have guys, we have to deal with the incels. You understand that? We are the people that are suffering from incels. It's just that the incels are women.
Sarah_Ioala. It been ages you play GTA.
Says this.
Yeah, I haven't played for a while.
Right_Beacon. You.
Hey, what's up?
Yes, the femcells hurt us. They have. And,
yeah, I haven't played GTA in a while.
Have a 72% positive outlook on women. Women under 30.
I can't wait for 6 to come out. It's supposed to be in November. If they don't push it back again.
Women under 25, only 35%. Think about how crazy, dude. The thing is that, like, if there actually are, like, overlords, if Israel really does control the world, can you imagine how happy they are right now? Can you imagine they're like, oh, bro, we have all the goyim fighting. They hate each other. Like, everybody's addicted to drugs. You know, they think that if they look better, they're going to be happy. But now we're going to raise their interest rates again. And
Right_Beacon. I'm good. I sent a message to you on Discord.
I don't think it is.
All right, I'll check it out here in a little bit.
And so maybe I can turn to Judaism to get a woman. Well, I don't know. But women under 25, only 35% of women under 25 have a positive view of the opposite gender. Think about how crazy that is. Like, that's like 1 in 3 women likes men. Think, really, 1 in 3 women likes men. Wow. Wow. Is yellow neutral?
Right_Beacon. All right.
Neutral. And so 27% of women under 25 hate men. Almost more women hate men than like men. That is insane. This is crazy. Like, I don't, like, how do you even get here? It's just, it's insane to even imagine something like true. Young women are 26 points less favorable to capitalism than young men and feel much more positively towards communism than capitalism. Women under 25 dislike capitalism so much they view it as unfavorably as fascism. The UK should play slavery reparations by a 2-to-1 margin. They think 43 to 40%. It is unfair that some people have more than others, and we should redistribute wealth over people deserve to keep what's theirs, even if that means others have less. More negative than young men about their careers, earning potential, and property. Now, I could give you my analysis of this. But number one, you already know what it is. And number two, I would get banned. So, I would just simply discuss the topic. I'll simply discuss the topic. That's all. No more vacations. Yes, no more vacations. And anyway, this is just... Somebody says, hoes eternally mad. It seems that way. The young, middle-class, educated white women feel the most strongly about these issues. You know what's crazy? Is that we thought you needed a study to figure this out. You needed, wait a minute, so you had to do, like, research? Like, you could have just asked me, I would have told you this. I didn't need, like, you didn't need to do all this. Like, what's all this money getting wasted over nothing? So young women are communists? So I think that the reasons why young women feel this way, so let me explain all of the reasons. Actually, let me go through everything and then I'll explain it, okay? Female graduates heard much more positive views about communism, feminism, and socialism and Extinction Rebellion rather than non-graduates. Grads are more likely to back, oh, slavery, I thought slavery reparations. I was about to say, like, damn, okay. But say we need more government intervention to ensure life is fair. And white women are more critical about the country and their chances in it than those from an ethnic minority background. White women are more likely, so wait a minute, white women are more likely to say the country's racist than people that are not white. Young white women are less likely to feel like they feel valued by society. There is a COVID generation. U25s are more likely to think COVID has a significant impact on their lives and opportunities. Under 25 women think that it's much more likely to believe that things are stacked against me no matter how hard I try. Oh my God. 6 in 10 would find it difficult to date someone who disagreed on Gaza. 3 out of 4 say the same views about Donald Trump, with even more saying they wouldn't date someone who disagreed with social justice. So here's the big problem with this. The birth rates. The birth rates of these people that are super liberal like this is like 0.6. It's like 0.6 or 0.8. Like, you want to talk about extinction? You're doing it. You're doing it to yourself. So is all chat incels? Yeah, all of the incels on the internet right now are here. This is like the main, they call it the main base of operations. And this is where they get their orders from on like which innocent nice girl to harass and humiliate on today. And we'll get to that later on, okay? Don't worry about it. But anyway, women are the gatekeepers of sex, and men are the gatekeepers of relationships. Saikuno. Anyway, let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about this. In a secret Discord chat? No, it's true. It's undeniably true. Everybody knows it's true. So, taught the Solwell, I don't know about that. And he wasn't in a relationship with them. I think that's a great example. So, yeah. So this is what I think is happening, is that I think that a lot of these people, what's happened is that women nowadays go on social media whenever they're very young. And this is I actually think this is a big problem. I think a lot of women got groomed whenever they were kids on the internet, and it's made them hate men. Straight up. I think that's a huge factor. I think that some girl goes on Instagram at 14 years old and she gets a bunch of grown men trying to talk to her, and it makes her hate men. I think it's a huge problem. It's a massive problem. Gigantic problem. And like, think about that, right? And like, I was 9, I got groomed on MSN. That's pretty early. I mean, that's really early. Tumblr fucked a lot of girls up. What I'm saying is that all Tumblr and everything else, my point is that all of that anti-men messaging, think about how much of a multiplier effect it is for all of these underage girls to have dozens of like grown-ass men in their DMs trying to talk to them. And if you don't believe me that this is happening, talk to any girl that you know that was on the internet while she was underage, and she's gonna tell you that it's fucking true, right? It is. So, and it's a huge, massive fucking problem. And so, like, and this is the issue with that problem, okay? And I'm gonna explain. So this is it's a nice, beautiful day, okay? It's a great day. The sun is out, the grass is green, and we gotta do the sun. So this is the sun. And there is a tree. There is a tree in the meadow that begins to grow. This tree is a 13-year-old girl. And yes, I know I talk about things. I'm going to say one thing really quick. I talk about these things in a very matter-of-fact way. I speak in very plain English. If this offends you, if this upsets you, if this bothers you, if this makes you uncomfortable, good. Welcome back to reality. I hope you enjoy your stay. Here's what happens. Just a minute, I'm trying to make this good. Okay. So, this is kind of what happens, is that you have this girl, and inside of whenever she's like, let's say, just theoretically, 15 years old, right? What happens is that she gets groomed on the internet to meet or to deal with some guy that is a good bit older than her. And that interaction damages and reframes her entire life in the exact same way, metaphorically, that if you grow a bonsai tree and you pull a branch down, or a tree grows around a tree, or sorry, it grows around a fence or something like that. So this is what happens, is that they have this happen when they're very young, and it totally changes the developmental, ordering of their life. And I'll give you another example. Here's another parallel to even lock this down even more. Look at what happens with people that were abused. How many sexual abusers turn out to have been sexually abused? There's a term for it. There's vocabulary for this. It's the cycle of abuse. So guess what? Do you really think this doesn't happen over here? Just don't be a woman, simple? Well, nowadays, apparently that's possible. So is this going to be an NFT? Yeah,
Michael Jack 052. First message, Discord in chart.
13-year-old girl and bring her cupcakes. That was the joke, for anybody that doesn't know. And so the moment that you get groomed by some guy like this, it's going to shade your perspective on, like, a good example of this is like, did you guys ever have like a scary movie whenever you were a kid, and that scary movie like caused you to like it fucked with your psyche a little bit whenever you were little, like you would like look behind doors and shit like that, right? Like I remember like whenever I watched Signs, like that shit scared the fuck out of me as a kid, right? And then I watched was it the M. Night Shyamalan, was it The Village, right? Where like you're going in there as like the red monsters or something. Like Signs was that for me. Signs fucked me up. Yeah, that shit was crazy, right? And anyway, and like now I don't have that perspective at all, but like when you're 7, right, like that your whole mind is different, and like when you're 14 your whole mind is different. So I think that's what happens, is that like you have a lot of these girls that are going on the internet, they're going on social media, they're having these freaks, weirdos, creeps, and pedos going after them, and I think that shades their entire perspective of all men. And the fact is, who can blame them? I don't blame them. Like, the thing is that you might think that women hate men and it's irrational. Ask a woman that you know to read some of their DM requests. Holy. The Ring and the Grudge? Oh, yeah. Well, I'm saying, like, and again, when I talk about this stuff, I try to relate it to people's individual experiences, right? Your personal experience. So whenever I'm talking about, like, let's say this, for example, or something else, I try to make it to where, like, people can understand it and relate it to themselves. Because, you know, again, like, if you're not able to do that, it might be harder to do. Bro, but there's a one-way sexual asymmetry. Can you explain why that is? Why is there a sexual asymmetry? Why do men not have that perspective? Because women are more prized in the sexual environment than men are. Think about it like this. Let me think of a good way to say this. I guess I can use another old incel quote. This is an incel quote from before there were incels. This is an incel quote you'd get from boomers, right? A lock that can be opened by any key is a faulty lock, but a key that can open any lock is a master key. That's it. And so, and think about it like this, right? I mean, a woman, like, let's say a dude wants to have a kid. Okay, well, you're locked in for like maybe 5 minutes. let's say a woman wants to have a kid. You're locked in for 9 months. And like, you know, realistically a lot longer than that because you have to take care of the kid. But like at least 9 months. So the problem is that women are biologically inclined to be these selectors in sex. They have to be. There's no way inside of a society where that doesn't become the case, right? And so, yeah, by the makers, exactly. It's basic biology. Like all of our biology and everything about, you know, like our, you know, like our being makes it toward that is the case. My mom taught me a quote when I was a teen. I forgot how I found that, but like, yeah, it was something like that. Happens in nature too? Yeah, it does. So like, for example, like you can have an alpha male in like some, you know, wolf pack or something that impregnates 5 different of the female wolves, right? But, and that's the way that a pack survives, and I think that's the way that, you know, like species evolve. And obviously, like, at a certain point it becomes a problem because there's interbreeding. But assuming that's not the case, this is obviously where things are in real life too. And like, you just look back in the days, right? I mean, like these Chinese, like what's crazy is that, do you remember that Chinese billionaire that everybody was saying was like a great example of birthright citizenship fraud, where he's paid like 100 kids to, like 100 of his kids to like go over and be born in America? The reason why he's doing that is that you are playing the odds. Think about it like this. I don't have a dice, right? But like if you want to roll a 20, do you want 2 chances or do you want 100 chances? I'd rather have 100 rerolls, right? And so a lot of these guys, especially, and this is the way that they looked at, you're beating the odds, right? Because like, what if you have a kid and the kid's retarded? Like, I don't mean like a mental illness. I mean like they're just stupid. Like, what if you have a kid and he doesn't understand what a triangle is? Oh my God. Well, you're the Chinese emperor. He has to understand triangles and he doesn't get it. Fuck, right? And now you have there's a big problem. This is a huge problem. And so what do? You have 100 kids, and guaranteed at least one of these kids is gonna know what a triangle is. So what happens, I think, everybody with a smart person, exactly. And so that's why they have a bunch of kids. And like, you know, that's the way dynasties would do things, right? That's why many of these older families, like, you know, in antiquity, they would have, you know, dozens of kids. Yes, obviously they would die through childbirth, that's another reason, but it's not the only reason. So my point with this, right, going back to what I was saying with this, is that the reason why I think women are having this happen. So number one, I think that definitely 100%, it is because a lot of women are getting groomed on the internet while they're underage, and it causes them to, it basically poisons the well for men. And number two, the second reason is that women are much more strongly compelled to observe things by consensus rather than by a rational, critical thinking thing. And this is not a, you know, again, there's no like fucking, like I'm not being sexist here. This is a fact. It's just a literal fact. And so because of that, what happens is that, you know, like, pedos? Yeah, true. And then the retarded kid mulligan and try again. Yeah, there's mulligan 7. You know, like, hopefully, right? And young women are the best and aggressive revolutionaries due to being empaths. Well, young women are only good revolutionaries in an environment where their level of aggression is not punished, right? So young women are actually terrible revolutionaries, and they can never be revolutionaries. The only real revolutionaries and the only real force for change in society can only ever be men. Because men are bigger, stronger, faster, and they will always outperform women in any sort of a test of force. This will always be the case. So the only cases where women are powerful in terms of a revolutionary sense is in societies that allow aggression to exist unchecked, which is our society. And it should be any good society. Like, somebody should be able to be aggressive without getting punched in the face, right? And very clearly. Women have more radical ideologies and adopt them way quicker than men. Well, why do they do that then? They do that in order to fit in, obviously, with the group, right? I mean, that's the reason why. And that's, again, the compelling nature of consensus for women. And I think that social media manufactures that consensus. And sometimes it is that consensus. And so once women see, and I think that's also men, and men do this too, but women just do it at a much higher ratio. And once they see that, well, everybody thinks this and everybody's believing this, then they go with it. then they start moving with it. And then that's it. Consensus stops progress. Well, whether it stops it or not, that's what's happening, right?
Sarah_Ioala. How many workers do you have?
Just the two.
Remind me of the brand of angry young women well. They remind me of the arts and politics students I used to critique. 95%.
And I don't even, they're not even working like the full capacity.
Every pitch just a spineless rehash comment.
Like I could get 3 more grow stations for my botanist guy. I am turning up the heat on my meth chemist. He's going to be doing twice as much work, but I got him bigger machines, so.
College probably shouldn't be there. Like they're getting fake degrees for fake jobs. It's a waste of everybody's
I'm just trying to use up some of the supplies in here before I start running the other. I'm really going to start ramping up production.
That's what's happening. Like a lot of this, and by the way, how do you know this is true? Because of Twitter. Elon Musk, and I've got to say, now I'm not trying to put Elon on the spot here, right? But let's look at this here. I want to show you guys this. There's no image of this. Well, I guess I can't find it. I'm sorry. But there were 2 pictures posted. One was a picture of before they made the change of the Twitter team, and then after they made the change of the Twitter team. And it went from a romance novel book club to a Warhammer 40K convention. Let me just say that. Let me just say that, all right? Totally changed. Before and after Twitter team? Okay, I'll see if I can find it. Let me see if I can get this. Oh, this might not be it. Let me see if I can find. Yep, there it is. There it is. Where about women gone from Elon Musk's Twitter? There you go. That's right. No girls allowed. Yep. So what's happened, I think, is that, you know, universities and different programs have created this artificial idea that the participation rate of men and women inside of lucrative fields needs to have parity. It needs to be equal. But the problem there is that some fields are just going to attract more men, and some fields are going to attract more women. So the problem is that whenever you manufacture that parity, you add people in that shouldn't be there. And that's what's happened, is that you've had a lot of these people that I think have, you know, again, like look at how many opportunities and advantages and, you know, programs and possibilities and things that they can take advantage of and everything else, like internships and, you know, mentorships that are reserved for women. They're reserved for women primarily, and, overwhelmingly. So how is it that you have to do all of this in order to create this parity? It's because it doesn't exist. It's not real. And so what happens is that this is the second order effect, is that you get very, very stupid college students that should have never been in college in the first place. And the only reason they probably were in college is because of a lifetime of preferential treatment, advantages, and systematic, you know, basically benefits. That's what's happened. That's exactly what's happened, is that they've been given all of these systematic benefits and advantages, and because of that, they've been able to achieve a certain level of parity. But the moment that, you know, that a meritocracy is once again enforced, things go back to default settings really quick. They do. And you can look at IQ distribution with men and women. You can look at everything. And the thing is that a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about are things that nobody else will ever say. Nobody else will ever say a lot of this stuff. And the reason why is because it's politically incorrect. it's politically incorrect to say that very obviously, you know, IQ between men and women are different, but men are much more likely to be on the tail ends of IQ. Like, for example, you've got a lot more retarded men, and you've got a lot more, you know, Isaac Newtons and Galileos, right? And so, like, at a person at 150 or at 50 is probably going to be a guy, and at 100, probably going to be more likely to be a woman. That's it. That's fair. That's just the way it is. And so, anyway, I've heard that. Yeah, because it's true. And so, and I'll say it. People hate me for it. Well,
Dude,
yeah,
why you
it's
hassling me, pig?
And think about that, right? Why is it taboo to acknowledge a biological reality? Think about that. It's because it's, again, what I was saying, the manufactured consensus of a false reality. And the moment that you build your worldview and you try to build, when you try to build a castle on sand on a house of cards, it will always collapse. And that's the reason why their worldviews always collapse. That's the reason why these people never achieve anything. It's because there's nothing ever, there's no foundation under any of it. It's headcanon logic? Yes, it is. So, damn anyone today yet? No, actually I haven't. I've been on like a 1 hour and 40-minute rant, basically, right? And I've got a lot to say about this. And anyway, let me go back over here. Progress isn't achieved by preachers or guardians of morality, but by madmen, hermits. How about that? Heretics, dreamers, rebels, and skeptics. That's true. And anyway, I'll look at some more of this too, because there's been even more to go through. It's been and this research has, again, it's surprised basically nobody, but you know, again, there it is. And then this is also another one. And let's look at the other angle of this. I told my sister about IQ curves. They were mad. Yep. I mean, the thing is that the truth hurts. That's the way it is. Yeah, that's the way it is. And we have, and this is the problem, is that we have an entire society that is built to go to war with reality itself. People don't want to acknowledge that gender is real. People don't want to acknowledge that men and women are different. People don't want to acknowledge genetic differences between, you know, different ages. People don't want to acknowledge differences in culture. They don't want to acknowledge differences in anything. So we live in this hyper reality that's been completely manufactured by people that want to subvert us. And it's happening on every single level. All those on a run? I mean, somebody's got to say it, right?
Here's a headline for you. The stay-at-home boyfriend is now an economic trend.
The stay-at-home boyfriend. You know, I was a stay-at-home boyfriend myself. The only difference is I didn't have a girlfriend. I just stayed at home.
Here's a headline for you. The stay-at-home boyfriend is now an economic trend as more women than men go to work. And the reason they found is that fewer young men, Maggie, are entering the workforce than their fathers, their parents were. Is this a trend that you are noticing personally, and what do you think about this?
Yes, well, on the internet, we call those men neat.
Where's your monkey?
Not in education, employment, or training. I think a lot of men...
That's not a gendered term, by the way. Women can be needs, too.
Feel really comfortable sitting online all day long. That's a very comforting space for them. And if they're being financially supported, whether by parents or a girlfriend, God knows why that woman chose them, then of course they can.
And this is always what a pretty young girl will come to the conclusion of. And the thing is that she's actually not wrong. Like, I have very traditional views on marriage. I think that you should be able to earn a living with one person working, and the person working should be the man. And the woman should stay home and take care of the kids. I would never force a woman to do that, but I would want to be in a relationship or a marriage with a woman who wanted to do that.
And she should be addicted to amphetamines, and he should beat her at least once a week.
Aw, jeez, guys. I don't know. Maybe like all of history. Yeah, maybe the entire, maybe like the whole time. Like that's it. You need capital. Yes, exactly. All of history, maybe. So what about before with no kids? Well, why would you get married and not want to have kids? What are you, retarded? Just dating. That way you can kick her to the curb later on if she gets annoying. Well, I mean, really, like, I mean, well, we gotta set taxes. Just change the way taxes are. Like, this is what I would do. This is beyond me, right? This is beyond my opinion. Is that I think that they should change it to where basically if you're married and you only have one person in the family working, you should get a crazy amount of tax benefits. You should get crazy. You should get more tax benefits, get this, than Somalian scammers in Minnesota. I'm talking about big, major tax benefits. Because, and the reason why...
That's a brilliant idea, but I don't think you'll get Democrats to go along with it.
Paying people to do it right. And so, like, when I was a kid...
Why didn't I drop off it?
I don't know if I should say this.
Well, I was here.
You know, my mom was a stay-at-home mom. Here's the funny thing. My parents weren't married. They were divorced. But my mom was still a stay-at-home mom because she was in need. She never wanted to get a job. She never wanted to do anything. All she wanted to do all the time was sit on the computer, watch movies, eat chocolate, and be taken to Taco Bell. Not go to Taco Bell, be taken to Taco Bell. She's in the passenger seat, and that's it. And the thing is that the amount of enrichment in the lives of myself, Zach, Cody, Jeff, Cameron, other Cody, Logan, Eric, Alec, Jason, Sean, Dylan, like all of my friends. I'm probably forgetting like 10 other people. I had a conversation with one friend of mine about a mutual friend of ours. It's one of the people on that list. And we asked ourselves, would this friend be in the situation that they're in right now if, you know, like, and honestly, like, this is the truth. I see, like, if our mom was still alive, because they were, you know, like, we were that close. And we agreed, like, no. Probably not. And so, that was a really important thing for me. It was a tremendous important thing for me. And so, my outlook on it, let's pay it forward. Let's make sure that somebody has that opportunity to have this happen for them. You see what I'm saying? Rather than trying to pull the ladder up, rather than trying to say that this is a bad thing. That's it. Am I probably said that? Yeah, exactly. And so, like, and the thing is that, and people will remember her, we'll all remember her for the rest of our lives. She like, I mean, yeah, she was a writer and she was very successful at that. She was an artist and everything. But that's not what we're really thinking about. We use those things to remember her by. But what we really remember is the impact that she had on our lives. And so this one-dimensional, and I'm going to say it, capitalistic idea that a person's worth and value should be measured purely by their economic impact is poisonous. It's completely poisonous. And I think we need to do more to get rid of it. We do. It's not capitalistic. Well, I mean, you could say whatever you want to call it, right? Like a financially economic focus. Like a person's value is not the amount of money that they make. You're sounding pro-immigrant, bro?
Can continue to do that. I think that's very disturbing. I would not have a stay-at-home boyfriend personally.
That's right. That's right. And you're cute enough to be a stay-at-home girlfriend if you want to be. You are. And women will always dog on men for being stay-at-home boyfriends. But at the same time, the reality is that these systems that women have wanted to be implemented have created men to be stay-at-home boyfriends. Randomly saw this, highly relevant. What is it? Let me go back, I'll pull it up.
Workout sets. Hey, we live in an era where the girls wearing workout sets, drinking matcha, running around the city between workout classes probably make more money than the sea of finance bros that are in line at a Just Salad in between their lunch breaks. I love this life. I was definitely born in the right era.
Having a bunch of hoes running around selling nudes of themselves and then getting plastic surgery, turning out to look like Jigsaw, and then getting depressed and having mental breakdowns at, like, you know, the old age of 29. This is not the way that we were meant to live. It's not. And there's something wrong with it. I have no problem with hoes. I have no issue with them at all. I think they're great. But at the same time, the glorification of it, the focus on it, and I mean, at a certain point, whenever, what was it named, like Bad Barbie or Bad Baby or something, that the Cash Me Outside girl from Dr. Phil and Little Tay, like, they get famous when they're like 9 years old and when they're like 13 or 14 years old. And they have people pre-ordering their OnlyFans. We've got ourselves a problem. There's something wrong. There's something wrong big time. Really, really big time. Gross? I'm serious. Like, I'm serious about this. Like, y'all can look into this. I mean, Little Tay even said it, which is, that's just so sick, right? So sick. And so here's the problem, right? How do these girls have the idea to go and do OnlyFans and stuff like this whenever they turn 18? It's because they're probably getting groomed on the internet by adult men that are telling them to do it. That's the reason why. And by other adults that are trying to feed into this idea. It's sick. Absolutely sick. The Epstein, yeah, exactly. Like, the Epstein class is real, but it's not just people that are really rich. And there's a lot of Epsteins. And they're cutting out the middlemen. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't have a problem with girls that do it, but it shouldn't be a lifestyle, right? And anyway, no, I think that there's, and look at this tweet, right? 7.2 million views. Look at this. And so, me greeting my wife in nothing but an apron and a drug-induced erection. Hi, honey, how is your bullshit? How is your job? How is your job today? Yeah, there it is. As a stay-at-home husband, I spend most of the days lifting, tanning, training martial arts, and reading philosophy. Yeah, there it is. And so we're just going to pretend that college and the workforce didn't do everything possible to kick out young men. Exactly. So corporate America promised to hire a lot more people of color. It actually did. White was 6%. People of color, 94%. I really thought I'd get actual pushback. Someone somewhere articulating a theory of what I got wrong, why DEI was good or necessary, but this is pure ad hominem, total epistemic closure. There's nothing under the hood. And completely incurious about the world that they actually live in. So, again, the lost generation. Oh boy, 1 in 6 hiring managers have been told to stop hiring white men. There you go. And so this is the reason why you have these things happen. And this is something that was done to men. It did not happen to men. It was done to them intentionally with a malicious intent. It was done with a malicious intent, and it was done to hurt them. And it worked. It worked. Yeah, why is this happening to us? Angry? Because there are too many men. Here's the reason why it happens. It's because there are too many men that are eager to sell themselves and sell other men out in order to, they will throw away every level of self-respect they have just for a crumb of pussy. That's the reason why. Just to hear that they're a good boy on, on a Twitter post. That's the reason why. That's all there is. Too many simps? That's right. Too many simps. And eventually, I think this will go away. I think it's beginning to go away because now, like, the conditions are becoming so problematic that, it's like something like this. I hate to say this, guys. Has there ever been a single society in the history of societies where young, able-bodied, military-aged men were systematically disenfranchised and disadvantaged, and there wasn't something bad that happened? I'm pretty sure the probability for something bad happening on that's like 100%, right? Amazons? Yeah, okay, so the one that's not real, right? Okay, yeah, sure, like Wonder Woman. It's a great point. Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, I think that's pretty substantial. Pretty substantial, right? And basically, exactly, it takes a while, though. Yeah. And this is a result of stop bullying. At least the kids that got bullied turned out to be doctors and lawyers. No, I think these are two separate things, actually. And why are women reacting negatively to this? I thought women liked being out of the workforce and staying home was a horrible atrocity that had been inflicted on them against their will. It's a power dynamic, and also it's different people doing it. What's wrong with men playing reparations for being oppressed in the same way? True. And every data point about struggling young men is always discussed in a vacuum as if it suddenly happened, like weather or earthquakes. It has nothing to do with the policies that were literally designed to fast-track women into professional jobs through the past 3 generations. It is. And I'm going to be honest, like, I will never, this is the reason, I've said this before, this is the reason why I never support any Democrat for anything. This is the reason, right here. It's because Democrats support this shit. Some Republicans do too, to be fair, they do. And it's a huge problem. It's a massive problem.
Dude looks sketchy, man.
Sure Game Boy turns out amazing everyone. Well, I didn't say that, right? I mean, I'm not. I don't agree with that. But anyway, so this is what, and they've got no problem patronizing and talking like this. And the problem is that these women are actually right. They are. It shouldn't be like this, but it is, and it's just getting worse and worse and worse. I'll look at a few more posts about this, and I want to look at some other stuff. Trump should be squashing this. He's being a complete pussy. He is. He's being a massive, gigantic pussy. And it's so fucking embarrassing, it makes me mad. Every day I see some post about him getting mad about something and not doing anything, it makes me fucking furious. And do you have a negative or positive view on the opposite gender? Women, 21% negative. That is insane, as I said. Holy fucking shit. And so anyway, let me go back over here. And where is this? Oh, yeah, here's another one. University leaders warn Australia faces a generation of lost boys as young men increasingly fall behind in education and employment opportunities. And the reason why is that, again, it's because there are advantages that are created explicitly for women that men don't have access to. That's the main problem. This is by design. If you removed all the guardrails, if you took away all the guardrails, all of the policies, all of the regulations, all of the quotas, all of the rules, well, that's what would happen. There it is. That's exactly what would happen. And this will happen every single time. 99 out of 100. Probably higher than that, 999 out of 1,000. This is just the way it is. Remember it says women already made up 57% of the student body, but it wasn't enough. Women are never satisfied until they have 100% of the opportunities. It's not women, it's just, it's people. This is the problem, is that, and the West has not inoculated itself around false accusations of bigotry. The reason why this continues to be a problem is that people don't understand how to ignore accusations of bigotry. And whenever something like that is leveraged in a way that's, not true or inaccurate, what they do, instead of actually listening to and, trying to, take it seriously or not, they just immediately apologize. They say, oh, okay, well, I guess I'm wrong because you're calling me this word. So basically, Westerners have become completely cucked by, words. That's what's happened. This will change very fast because men have required strength to do something about it. Well, that'll only happen whenever men decide to do that, right? And hopefully it doesn't come to that. That'll be horrible. And I think that you still have time to turn things around. But I do want to say that eventually this will end violently. Undeniably. This will end violently. And there is no chance that the men that are being violent about it will not win. It will just be unquestionable. It'll be instantaneous. There's nothing that Dark Age, exactly, yeah. So you should be trying everything that you can do to prevent that from happening. That's a scary thing? Yeah, it's inevitable.
Now, there's been a lot of persecution going on in our own government. Specifically, our intelligence agencies seemingly work with foreign nations to destroy our country from within. And I think this has not been given even remotely enough coverage. So President Trump posted this. It is from the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, where she became aware of a Ukraine to route money to Biden's re-election. Let's just understand what that means for a second. The U.S. leaked accepted Ukraine government's messages discussing plot to wrap out of the Biden re-election. It seems like we gave $350 million to the Ukraine war, and well, Ukraine was nice enough to donate millions to Biden's campaign and to the Democrats. Kind of a you scratch my back, I scratch yours situation to steal our fucking country, rape our actual taxpayers, and steal our money. 2026 is like where people woke up and were like, I don't understand, I'm paying taxes, where's the money going? And it's like, oh, it's literally all fraud. This is literally corruption at the absolute highest level of the government, and people need to go to jail for this or worse. Like, we need to do something about this, man. It's unacceptable. They stole millions of dollars. They should be in labor camps for the rest of their life, paying off the debt to the American people. This is why I will never run for office, because someone would fucking kill me. I'm not even exaggerating. Like, I want you to note something. When I state my solutions to problems, I'm actually being 100% serious, okay? A lot of people think, oh, he's just being hyperbolic. I am not. I would put every single person who was involved in routing money to Ukraine with the stated goal of them giving money to the Democrats, I would put them in a labor camp for life without even thinking twice. Like, I've made that statement. I've had these entire libtards making whole videos on me, exposing me for being pro-slavery, when that's ridiculous. I am pro-indentured servitude. This is simply paying a debt. It's not slavery, okay? And if you think it's slavery, I don't care. I don't think people understand how prudent this talking point is. I don't care if you think I'm immoral. It really doesn't matter to me at all. You want to castrate children and murder babies. Your booze me nothing, I've seen what makes you cheer. So anyway, it gets way hairier. So, if you think that's a lot of fraud, it gets so much better. Because this is actually exposed by Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, exposed Obama for fraud, allegedly.
هناك بلا شك مشاريع كثيرة في العالم هدام.
There are undoubtedly many destructive projects in the world today. I'm just going to read it out loud in case people are just listening to this video audio only.
وللأسف اليوم أن أغلب
Unfortunately, most of these destructive projects are currently found in the Middle East.
المشاريع الهدامة موجودة في الشرق الأوسط وبجواره
And right next to us in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia,
العربية السعودية. هناك نظام إيراني.
There is an Iranian regime that we all know as a purely ideological goal. It's like everyone figured this out except for leftists.
نعرف جميعا أنه هدفه هدف أيديولوجي بحت، ليس هدفه خدمة.
Its aim is not to serve the interest of Iran or the Iranian people.
مصالح إيران والمواطنين الإيرانيين، بل هدفه خدمة مصالح الأيديولوجية
Rather to serve ideological Iranian interests.
الإيرانية. والأدلة كثيرة من 30 سنة هل
There's been plenty of evidence over the past 30 years.
وآخرها حصلوا على 100
Most recent being when they received $150 billion
50 مليار دولار لم يبنوا حتى شارع.
and didn't even build a single street, housing complex, or industrial zone in Iran.
أو مجمع سكني أو مجمع صناعي في إيران، فهدفهم واضح فقط دفع.
Their goal is clear. They only spend that money on launching missiles at Saudi Arabia.
فيها إرسال صواريخ للسعودية ودعم
and supporting terrorist organizations in many parts of the world.
منظمات إرهابية.
Like, I love how the United States says this, Israel says this, Saudi Arabia says this, Qatar says this, Kuwait says this, Bahrain says this, the United Arab Emirates says this, and then you have leftists on CNN being like, are Iranians the good guys?
أيضا عمل إيران على النظام الإيراني.
Furthermore, the Iranian regime's work in supporting terrorism is not limited to Hezbollah or the Houthis.
على دعم الإرهاب ليس فقط في حزب الله أو الحوثيين أو هذه المنظمات. نجد اليوم الكثير من.
We find today that many of Al Qaeda's leadership are based in Iran.
من قيادات القاعدة متواجدة في إيران بما فيهم ابن أسامة بن لادن.
Including the son of Osama bin Laden, who was nurtured and raised in Iran.
رعى وتربى وكبر في إيران والآن هو يحاول أن يكون.
And is trying to become the next leader of Al Qaeda.
القائد القادم لتنظيم القاعدة. فجميعنا نعرف هذا المخاطر
We're all aware of these risks and we are communicating on how to deal with them.
لدينا أي رضابية على هذه المخاطر ونحن نتواصل ونتفاهم كيف نتعامل معها ونتأكد من العالم.
Ensure that the entire world is safe and secure, whether in the Middle East, Europe, or anywhere else.
العالم كله آمن وسليم سواء في الشرق الأوسط أو في أوروبا أو في أي أماكن أخرى في العالم من هذه الأفكار.
Destructive ideology. Now the question is, how did Iran get $150 billion? So Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, all right, he's no slouch, he's a relatively important guy, all right, he's been saying actually exactly what Trump's been saying, exactly what Israel's been saying, and it seems like everyone kind of is on the same page. Iran is a terrorist regime that's hell-bent on destroying the world or whatever the fuck because of their retarded ideology, and for some reason they got $150 billion. Where did this come from? Well, if this isn't the time of Obama. Seemingly, Obama gave them $150 billion, according to Saudi Arabia. Now, the biggest bombshell of the week dropped this week with Caroline Leavitt. This was just yesterday, all right? And it completely exposes Obama because it looks like they're looking into him for treason.
Another matter, over the past few days, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has unveiled shocking new evidence that former President Barack Obama and top aides in the Obama administration conspired to subvert President Trump's 2016 election victory and undermine the democratic will of the American people.
Now, before I even continue, did you see this in the news? Did you even know that this was happening? The media is so dead silent on all of these stories. No one wants to talk about them. That's why you got the new retard. I do all the reading and all the research, and I like seeing retards go to jail forever. So actually, this is completely in my ballpark.
While publicly pretending to engage in a peaceful transfer of power, in private, former President Obama went to great and nefarious lengths to try to sow discord among the public and sabotage his successor, President Trump.
Oh my.
The new evidence released by the Director of National Intelligence, who is here with me today, confirms that the Obama administration manufactured politicized intelligence, which was later used as the justification for baseless smears against President Trump in an effort to try to delegitimize his victory before he even took the oath of office. The truth is that President Trump never had anything to do with Russia.
Oh shit. You mean Russia doesn't control President Trump? Oh my God, we gotta say that Israel controls President Trump, but people will think that he actually controls himself.
The Russia collusion hoax was a massive fraud perpetuated on the American people from the very beginning. And the worst part of this is Obama knew that truth, and so did all of the other corrupt officials involved in this scam, including former CIA Director John Brennan, former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper, former FBI Director James Comey, former Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, and many others. Director of National Intelligence Gabbard's report further confirms what we already knew. There was no collusion, no corruption, except on the part of Barack Obama and the weaponized intelligence agencies at the time. The Russia hoax was a blatant lie, all ginned up by Democrat political operatives that were signed.
This is the biggest scandal of our generation, by the way. All right, I know that everyone's just kind of sitting there silently, but this is the biggest scandal of our time. All right, we have actual empirical evidence that the Democrats tried to steal the country through fraud. All right, empirical evidence. All right, this is unbelievable. This isn't even mentioned. Not even an echo of it is mentioned in the media. No one is talking about it. Because, like, I guess we assume that the Democrats are just fucking evil at this point, so, like, it's not surprising. But that's not a world I want to live in.
And off on by then President Obama and leaked to the news media to launch a years-long witch...
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Every day, I want to elect an actual fascist. I wish Trump was the fascist the people thought he was. Kidding! I'm kidding. That was a joke, obviously. Okay, please, calm down.
Hunt against President Trump and his first administration. Allies of the president, including his own son, Donald Trump Jr., were disgustingly smeared as Russian assets.
Yeah.
And some even had their lives destroyed because of this vicious lie.
Yeah.
The president's first 2 years in office had this fake distraction hanging over it, and endless resources, time, and political capital were spent having to debunk these lies from the highest levels of our government.
Yeah.
Now, nearly 10 years later, thanks to the
All right, how many workers? That's 2 workers. I have 2 dealers too.
finally come to light. And this truth vindicates President Trump, his family, and his many allies and associates who were smeared with defamatory lies. President Trump was right from the beginning about all of this, and we are grateful that justice can be served. Now, we have even more damning evidence.
So where's the justice? Put these people in jail. Come on. Come on. It's not enough. It's not enough. Publicizing it is not enough.
Implicating those who tried to sabotage a duly elected president and did grave material harm to our republic. Thanks to additional important work done by CIA Director Ratcliffe, Committee Chairman Rick Crawford over the past few months, a newly declassified 2020 report prepared by the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, which DNI Director Gabbard has declassified, found that the intel community did not have any direct information that Russian President Vladimir Putin wanted to help elect President Trump in 2016. And in fact, Russia was actively preparing for a Hillary Clinton victory. But at the unusual direction of Barack Obama at the time, the intel community published implausible intelligence suggesting otherwise. Why? To sabotage the incoming president. This is truly one of the greatest political scandals in American history. And reporters at legacy outlets, some of which are sitting in this room today, like the New York Times and the Washington Post, were ridiculously awarded Pulitzer Prizes for their perpetuation of this hoax. It's well past time for those awards to be stripped from the journalists who received them.
Yeah, this is one of the most insane things ever, and for some reason no one even wants to talk about it. For some reason it's not even news, all right? It's honestly insanity, complete insanity, by the way, all right? We seemingly have proof that Obama committed sedition.
News alert, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, releasing a bombshell report today that shows a conspiracy by a sitting president, Barack Obama, and his intel agencies to sabotage the president-elect, Donald Trump.
That is what it absolutely seems like. Let's be honest. This is one of the most unbelievable things ever. And every single Democratic politician, they come into power, and then when they lose elections, they go ballistic, all right? They either come up with these Russia hoaxes, they give billions to Ukraine, which gives billions in return to the Democratic Party, allegedly, all right? And that's just how they launder all this shit. So this is Eric Swalwell. He is a very interesting character because he is currently getting investigated for he is a Democrat, obviously from California. So I'll show you. I will show you, bro. He is currently in an open investigation from the FBI and the DOJ for being a Chinese spy. This is a Democrat congressman. It is unbelievable how deep this goes. It's like an entire party just purely exists to facilitate immigration and the rape of our country from all corners of the world. I'm trying to cash some bet to find a Democrat that's not trying to destroy our country. I'm trying. One day I'll find you.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Over to go. Retard extraordinaire, degree in retardium. He has a master's degree in absolute degenerate retard.
Justice accused of mortgage fraud. Senior White House correspondent.
That's where it always starts. It always starts with mortgage fraud. It always starts with mortgage fraud. And then it's like, Chinese spy.
Reporting live on this breaking news on Eric Swalwell from the North Lawn Theater.
All right, so that's how it starts. That's always how it starts. Swalwell is cooked. Swalwell spy. Yeah, the crazy thing is, people don't even talk about it. Technically, this is kind of old news, right? This is back in 2023. Disgraced Democrat Representative Eric Swalwell was removed from the House Intel Committee over his relationship with a Chinese spy. He's currently running interference for Hunter Biden. I don't know, man. Pretty weird how that happened. No one saw that coming. But now they're investigating him for mortgage fraud. They are going to throw the book at this guy.
I'm here to do a hit on a different topic. I got a call from an administration official filling us in that Eric Swalwell, the Democratic California congressman, has indeed been referred to the Justice Department by Bill Pulte, who is the head of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac right now, because he is accused of making false or misleading statements on a mortgage application. I believe that this pertains to a $1.2 million house.
It's amazing how they can all get away with this shit forever. Have you noticed? Like, if I wanted to commit mortgage fraud, I would go to jail tomorrow. Come on, dude. This is insane. Not a single kosher person in this entire area. You know, so obviously we knew about this for a while. For a while we knew that he was, in a relationship with a Chinese spy, like an actual Chinese spy. Now, the funniest thing is, if you look back, you'll notice he was scared the whole time. When Kash Patel was originally testifying, Swalwell specifically was like, you're not going to investigate me though, right?
I will work on the audio-visual capabilities.
I'm going to borrow your terminology and call bullshit on your entire career in Congress. You've been a disgrace to the American people. You can reclaim your time all you want.
Mr. Chairman, you're going to allow witnesses to speak this way? Mr. Chairman, would you recuse yourself?
The gentleman has no time. Mr. Chairman, would you admonish the witness not to insult members? The gentleman has no time.
Mr. Chairman,
the committee will remember.
Do not insult someone who's literally been sleeping with a Chinese spy, okay? Don't insult him. It might hurt his pee-pee.
point of order. Could the gentleman be extended an additional 20 seconds to complete his thoughts since the witness decided to interrupt him?
And the witness will be able to respond if he wants. We'll make sure he has time to do that.
My question is, will you, Director, recuse yourself, yes or no, from investigating or making decisions about the 60 individuals, including myself?
Oh, you bastard.
Yes or no?
Time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may respond if he would like.
I don't know how to get away from him.
No, he will not recuse himself. He is going to You're going to go to jail.
Correct.
God damn it.
The gentleman from Wisconsin. The gentleman
Absolute cinema. Why should he recuse himself? Look, man, I'm always like laughing when I'm like, oh my God, Trump is going after his political opponents. Fuck yeah, he should go after his political opponents. Unlike Trump, where they have to make up a metric fuck ton of cases to try to jail the guy. All right, like we got this guy sleeping with a Chinese spy. Are we actually serious? Are we taking ourselves seriously for a second? Right, this is in 2021. Swalwell saying, I did not leave.
I don't want your viewers to think that I'm above the law. If I've done something wrong or if my colleagues have done something wrong, we should be surveilled if a warrant...
So then why are you so terrified that Kash Patel might be investigating you? You're not above the law. You said so yourself.
Is issued. But here, in this instance, and even with Don McGahn, there was no connection to us and the leaks. I know that because I did not leak.
I know that. I did not leak. It says Eric Swalwell. We now know from declassified FBI interviews that Swalwell was warned to stop leaking classified information, implying that he did leak. He leaked and he lied about it, and there is no reason this dude should actually be representing any American. All right, when he's trying to sell us out, in my opinion, to a foreign government. So this is a nice flashback to one of the worst moments in all of American politics. In 2017, during the sham hearing for the Russia collusion hoax, which we now know is fake, has proven that Obama was part of this gigantic hoax to try to get Trump, removed from presidency. All right, a gigantic hoax. All right, so Swalwell, after caught sleeping with a Chinese spy, asks Comey, who was proven to, in my opinion, be committing treason, asks if the Russians use romance to compromise people after he was literally compromised by romance.
I want to talk about the Kremlin playbook, and there are a number of ways that a foreign adversary could seek to influence a person. Do you agree with that? Yes. Financial? Yes, that can be one. Romance, you said, is another? Yes. Compromise?
Would you know anything about that, sir?
Correct. Setting up a compromise? Sure, to execute on a compromise, yeah.
So remember, this is an entire debate basically trying to make it seem like Trump was a Russian asset, which was all a lie. Meanwhile, this guy, in my opinion, was actually a Chinese asset, literally coaxed into it by a romantic relationship. Speaking of lies, fraud, and traitors, all right, so this is Hakeem Jeffries lying under oath, not allegedly, factually, lying under oath.
Under current law, undocumented are already ineligible for Medicaid, the ACA exchanges, and for SNAP benefits. Not a single undocumented immigrant in this country gets a dime in federal taxpayer dollars for any part of comprehensive Medicaid coverage.
That is an objective lie. It's proven to be a lie. Whether they legally or illegally got our money, they did get our money. Factually, people have been arrested for it already. This is a fact. He lied under oath here. All right, and we just need to take it, like, seriously? We need to just sit there and take it lying down? Bernie Sanders, the war in Iran already cost us $22.8 billion. For the record, that's around as much as the Somali fraud in Minnesota that we know about. For $22.8 billion, we can provide Medicaid to 6.8 million kids. We can build 2.6 million public housing units. We can fund Head Start for $1.3 billion. We can hire 240,000 teachers. We can cancel $20,000 in student debt for $1 million borrowers. But we all know the reality is none of that would have fucking happened. If we didn't spend this $22.8 billion on a war, we would have spent it on underwater tap dancing in New Guinea and gay surprise butt sex in Afghanistan. We saw USAID, we saw our money disappearing, all right? The reality is, kids are on Medicaid. We don't need to provide Medicaid to another 6.8 million kids. The kids had Medicaid. You know, what would be a lot easier than building 2.6 million public housing units would be deporting 2.6 million illegal aliens. In fact, 20.6 million is even better. Fund a head start for 1.3 million. Yeah, sure. Do you really think there's 1.3 million people that poof would get money from the government? Would get a magic $100,000 from the government if we didn't go to war with Iran? Hire 240,000 teachers? We have a lot of teachers. They claim to be underpaid as is. The ones paid by the federal government are literally pushing propaganda to everyone. Cancel debts for a million borrowers, and what are we going to do? We're going to have a gigantic raffle, a huge raffle deciding the 1 million people that are going to lose their debts? Absolutely not. If we wouldn't have spent $22.8 billion in this war, realistically, we would have probably just gone to Somalia. But here's the really funny part. The really funny part is, this war cost $22.8 billion, but we spent $350 billion in Ukraine. In fact, Bernie Sanders was one of the major proponents for sending infinite money to Ukraine. Now, there's a pretty major difference, and I'll get to that in a second.
When we threaten and, in fact, cut back on military support or intelligence support to Ukraine, you know what we are telling that one man? We are saying, you got a green light? The United States is withdrawing. You do what you want. You continue the war. You continue to pummel the people of Ukraine, who have already suffered so terribly.
Right, so basically what he's saying is, if we don't give them literally everything, we're basically telling Putin to keep killing innocent people. And fast forward, we gave them $350 billion. Think about how many Ayatollahs we could kill with $350 billion. That's like 15 times the amount of money we spent on this war. And another fundamental difference, which for some reason retards don't know about, the war with Iran directly benefits us. Okay, so spending our money on a war with Iran to obliterate an existential threat to us that eventually would happen. Iran eventually would develop weapons. That would be a threat, and we would eventually need to go to war with them, even if it wasn't now. All right, so spending this money is directly in our own interest. Giving money to Ukraine does not benefit us at all. Is it a very nice charitable thing to do? Sure, but it doesn't benefit us in the slightest. And Bernie Sanders was more than happy to give away literally everything. Well, now we know a really sad truth. Now we know that the perverted reality is that the U.S. intercepted Ukrainian government messages discussing plot to route money to Biden re-election. Maybe the reason why all of the Democrats that care so much about socialized housing and Medicare and student loans and shit like that, you know, they claim to care about that stuff. Maybe they didn't care about that stuff. Maybe they were more than happy to give $350 billion to Ukraine so that they could get $50 billion in kickbacks to install their new puppet regimes. So, of course, this guy's a complete fraud. He always has been. So many people fell for it. It's unbelievable. Including everyone's favorite 85 IQ Islamic mastermind, Sneeko. What could have been? He claims to be right-wing. He would have voted for Bernie Sanders. An actual communist that, let's not forget, spent his honeymoon in communist China. Emotional damage. We're literally getting raped by retards, and we're not doing enough about it.
A weirdo had a business where he treated his customers worse than TikTokers treat fast food employees, and a YouTuber named Louis Rossmann called him out for his bad behavior and horrible business practices, and as a result, this business owner, he got very upset. He pulled up his britches and did what you should never do on the internet landscape. He filed fraudulent strikes against the channel that was calling him out. That is a big-time no-no right there. That's like the Walter White in the car screaming meme. Like, you never want to do that because it's always disastrous. And Rossmann is a big channel. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with his work. And in poking this bear, it led Louis Rossmann on his own investigation, following trails of breadcrumbs and eventually compiling court documents and credible sources, and he alleges that this business owner is most likely this man with a criminal history, a very serious criminal history. Like, it's not Weenie Hut Jr. at all. It's not like he smoked the devil's lettuce one time, caught with weed. The charges that this individual faced were child sex offenses, and as a result, it has led to him and his business being completely gadooshed. I highly recommend watching Louis Rossman's full video on this. I just want to go over bits and pieces of it because it is fucking nuts.
I'm going to be following up on the video that I did on Better Way Electronics the other day. Before we get started on the video, there's two things I have to go into because this gentleman has repeatedly tried to strike my videos down on privacy and defamation claims.
Now this slug creature is doing this to anyone that's even covering this topic right now, where he is filing fraudulent strikes to try and have like the videos blocked or taken down. But YouTube themselves is seeming to step in and put the kibosh on that, because it is just complete baloney. It's just absolute malarkey. So it's not going through, but this guy is actively doing the best he can to try and scrub this and censor it. I'm familiar with at least one other channel that's talked about this and has made a video about it that has faced a similar claim against them, trying to have that video removed by this guy. So I'm very certain that he's going to try the same for me here, now that I'm also talking about it.
The first thing we need to go over when it comes to privacy and doxing, that the messages that I'm going to be showing in this video are messages back and forth between a WhatsApp number and his customers, and this WhatsApp number is public on his business website. If you go to betterwayelectronics.com.au, you'll see that there is a text or WhatsApp right here. This is a public business phone number.
The messages are shared with the customer's full consent for Rossman to cover them. The WhatsApp number is publicly available, publicly posted by the business itself. There is no privacy or doxing complaint that he can justifiably try and use as an angle to take videos down here. And the defamatory claim that he tries to make as well is also just bogus, because he is simply going over credible sources and court documents about it. I'm hoping that when he inevitably tries this clown behavior again here with trying to claim or strike this video, YouTube will do the same thing they've done previously and just shut it down themselves here, because he has absolutely no leg to stand on with it.
Now, almost a week ago, Asmongold was banned on Twitch. All right, as we all know, as we all see, this happened. What a tragedy. This just got 10 million views, just from people basically talking about how obviously hypocritical Twitch is, the fact that they have open terrorist support on their platform, but they ban Asmongold for saying he doesn't care about the opinions of third worlders. And of course, they unbanned Asmongold, unbanned on Twitch. Unbanned early, easy. Had some dental work done yesterday. Assuming he'd have the week off. Might have to take a day or two extra to recover, and then we'll be back. Hey, isn't that beautiful? Isn't that nice? So the ban didn't land very long. Now, if you actually pay attention to when this ban actually took place, you'll notice that the ban took place April 6th, which was right before Trump's gigantic ultimatum on Iran. All right, bear with me for a second. This might get into conspiratorial areas, but I'm going to prove to you without a shadow of a doubt that this retard might be correct. So Asmongold gets banned. He is the #1 Twitch streamer for politics and news. All right, the biggest thing that was going on in the world at the time was Trump drops a 48-hour ultimatum on Iran, saying that if Iran doesn't capitulate to, engage in peace talks, we're going to obliterate you. Right, that was literally the Trump threat to Iran, and then they banned Asmongold, who was covering all this deeply, obviously on the pro-Trump side, on the anti-Iran side, on the pro-obliterating the Iranian regime side, because the Iranian regime has shut off the internet in Iran and massacred the protesters. So basically, the only actual broadcast for stuff like this are videos like mine, for example, or Asmongold's stream and his videos, which were very, very massively popular. Now, what if I told you that at around the same time that Asmongold got banned on his platform on Twitch, I got my entire channels demonetized? That's right, I have 2 YouTube channels, and neither of them are making any money now for over a week. Total demonetization on both channels. They say they've run into issues and they need to process things, and I'm just sitting in this processing phase forever, making 0 revenue on all of my work and effort. I'm literally just doing it for the love of the game, because I feel like some people need to talk about the crazy shit that goes on in this world. I will keep you updated when I get my monetization back. Hopefully that does happen, but right now it's some of the most demoralizing shit I've ever had to deal with. So if I missed a couple of uploads, you might know why. Now again, they never told me it had anything to do with Iran or anything like that. And of course, I don't expect it. It's just a really funny coincidence that, I have been covering this on the side of liberating the Iranian regime, liberating the Iranian people if we can. God bless Donald Trump for actually doing something about these terrorists. And then you have Asmongold, who basically has the same political position in this regard. We don't agree on everything, but on this we do. And Asmongold also gets on Twitch. He's silenced in his own way. And, I saw these 2 things, and I was like, well, that's a really funny coincidence, isn't it? And I was thinking to myself, I wonder if there are any other, pro-obliterating the Iranian regime channels that are also undergoing any issues. So I looked around, and this is Goldie Gamari. She is the #1, from what I understand, voice of the Iranians outside of Iran. She currently lives in Canada. She is Iranian herself. She showed up on Piers Morgan a whole lot of times, and she made this video titled "YouTube is silencing my voice under false allegations." Oh my God. So really, is it now? Is it still a coincidence, guys? Is it really still a coincidence? It's like big tech is still playing with these fucking fires the same way they did during COVID. They're just much more subtle about it. But this is insane. So I wanted to see what her situation was about.
Hi, everyone. If you haven't heard by now, yesterday when I...
Oh fuck, no, video, okay, I don't think video got... I'm so paranoid, man. I'm so paranoid the YouTube snipers are out to kill me. I will let you know if when
Sarah underscore Ioala. I guess there's no more police in this game.
But right now I'm making...
There are.
Live, which I have been doing since December 28th, when the Iranian Revolution started.
They got the bridge blocked off. I have to...
Taken down by YouTube.
They got not just this bridge, but the one going over to the docks, too. I gotta sneak around them.
And then when I tried to restart my live stream, I was told that my live stream...
Oh, I don't need to go that back yet. I need to
So let's just
mix up my last batch.
On her live streams, every day, she goes live for like 4 or 5 hours and basically covers the actual geopolitics in Iran because the Iranians themselves have no internet. Because the terrorist Iranian regime shut off their entire internet and the entire country and massacres them in silence. All right, so she basically took it upon herself every single day. She streams for like 4 or 5 hours specifically about the ongoings in Iran. And
Sarah underscore Ioala. You got shot the other time. Who shot you?
The cartel.
YouTube disabled not only my live stream yesterday,
The cartel usually just come out of nowhere, try to beat me up.
All right.
So I received an email yesterday, and YouTube is basically saying, "Hey, Goldie Gamari MPP, it looks like Iran Revolution Live with Iranian hosts Goldie and Armin, day 106, didn't follow our community guidelines. We removed it from YouTube. What we found.
All right, get ready.
We think your content violated our firearms policy. Content that shows someone live streaming while holding, handling, or transporting a firearm isn't allowed on YouTube."
That's insane, because there are so many live streamers with weapons on YouTube. All right, but anyway.
Channels not in compliance with this policy may temporarily lose their ability to live stream.
What? Because someone made an oopsie, allegedly, now they can't stream at all? Like, she didn't even get a strike on her channel. From what I understand, she didn't even get a strike on the channel. They just removed the stream, and now she can't stream anymore.
You can see an instance around 5:03:58.
Apparently, they were combing through her videos so well that 5 hours and 3 minutes into one of her streams, they saw a streamer with a firearm.
Although, there could be other instances.
All right, get ready. Damn.
Are you kidding me right now, YouTube? Are you kidding me? Here, guys, look at this.
There
So,
you go.
here is 5:03:58. You see that? Here, let me make this bigger, guys. Let me make this bigger.
All right, as you can see, this is Cardboard Khomeini.
Here we go.
He's gay, by the way.
This is 5.
Sarah underscore Ioala. Congratulations on hitting 1K followers.
There's me.
Thank you very much.
There's me.
Where's the gun?
There's me. There's Armin. And, you know, we're watching this music video or whatever, which, by the way, this music video was available on YouTube. So we were broadcasting, playing.
That has happened to me before, by the way, where I reacted to a video that was on YouTube and then they took down my video.
Something that was already uploaded and available on YouTube and, you know, presumably has passed all the YouTube checks, right? So this is what was going on at 5:03:58. Do you see a gun in this screenshot.
That doesn't look good. I don't
Do
see
you
your
see
gun.
a firearm?
No, I don't.
You
I don't
can't even
see a
see my
firearm.
hands. I mean, unless you're talking about these guns, maybe. But
I don't
do
think
you
that's what you're
actually
talking about.
see a firearm here? Because I certainly don't. In fact, I don't even own a fire gun, like a firearm or gun or.
The Canadian be like, many such cases.
You know, whatever.
They're too busy with their MMORPG LGBTQQRS plus. You know.
I don't even know the proper term for that kind of stuff because I don't own one. I live in Canada. It's illegal to have these sorts of things anyway.
Go back to Iran where they have real freedom. I'm kidding, a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke.
Without a permit. And in the last 106 days, in fact, never in my life have I ever live streamed myself brandishing or holding or carrying or whatever a firearm. I don't even own one. So anyways,
Sarah_Iowala, you're doing well and your profile is beautiful too.
5:03:58 into a live stream. We're disabling all streaming on the channel.
Yeah, I just got a new logo and banner. I haven't put the new banner up yet. I got some new emotes though.
Seems to me like there are way too many
I gotta add on too.
At the same time, to a lot of streamers, specifically, that's like, well, we really don't like your coverage of the Iranian revolution situation.
This happened, and I was like, you know what? This could be just a misunderstanding. You know, maybe this is just a misunderstanding. Let me appeal this, you know, decision by YouTube.
Yeah, that's getting rejected immediately.
Obviously, it's
no way, that's
fair. Maybe it's like an AI thing.
Yeah, no, you're cooked. You're cooked.
So I filed an appeal. And
Yeah, I'm gonna work on getting my banner, my emotes up tomorrow. I got actual work to do tomorrow. I spent most of the day with my new setup because I had to put the air conditioner in the window and I had to move all the electrical cords because the way I had it set up, if I would have plugged in an air conditioner, I would have blew a circuit all the time. So I had to rewire everything. But I think this will work out nicely for the summer. I'm gonna move. I gotta move the cat's chair. Maybe do something a little better with the cat cam. I think I could get a better angle of that.
You are so cooked. You are so good. You can't even argue with the machine overlords, man. It's like, we are terminating your channel for violating the firearms policy. I didn't violate your firearms policy. Must not be. Like you're just over. Like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna say to these people? They have all the power.
Your video won't be put back on YouTube. We understand this may be frustrating, but we're committed
Sarah_Iowala. Oh, okay, that's good.
Our goal is to help you succeed on YouTube. Well, you're certainly not doing that, YouTube. You're certainly
Yeah, we're already starting to get
when you are
80-degree weather here.
Videos, and then
So it's been getting hot.
Sarah_Iowala, I guess you don't want to use face cam.
What is it?
No, I got my little avatar. I need a new thing for it because it doesn't track my hands anymore, and for some reason I can't figure out how to subscribe to it. So I got to find a new engine to run my thing.
Iran Revolution Live is about being a voice for the Iranian people. That's what I have been doing. That's what I have been doing for the last, not just
Yeah, I think that's why they don't like you. I don't want to be rude here, but I think that's why YouTube has an issue with you.
In 6 days, but for the last 10 years of my life. And now when we're getting to the critical point, now when we are getting to the moment where things are escalating and heating up, this is...
I only got to run 2 more cycles on these things.
You choose to block me from live streaming when 90 million Iranians have been shut off from the internet for the last, 45 days now? The internet in occupied Iran has been shut down for the last 45 days. 90 million Iranians do not have a voice. They are unable to speak out because the terrorist Islamic regime that is occupying Iran and occupying them does not want the world to know what they think. That is literally the reason why I have been live streaming day in and day out for the last 106 days.
Oh, you meowing.
So that at least someone can be a voice for people
Give me
in
the,
occupied Iran.
give me the monkey.
I think that I don't want to be that guy, but I think that is kind of why YouTube has an issue with you. And you'll notice.
Are holding a gun, and then that person said to me, "Well, I don't have the specifics. I don't have access to the specifics, but we trust our internal review team." So obviously, there's a disconnect between the support.
Oh my God. So you were holding a gun. We took down your channel. Request review because it wasn't holding a gun. Nope, you still violated our gun holding policy. Okay. Get to speak to the actual support team at YouTube. Hey, support team at YouTube. I got my video taken down because they said I was holding a gun, which I wasn't. And the support team was like, well, you were holding a gun. And she was like, no, seriously, look at this timestamp. You'll see I'm not holding a gun. Yeah, I don't have access to the timestamp, but you were holding a gun. This is
on
brutal.
the YouTube
This is just a
dashboard
nightmare.
versus the internal review team. And how is it that the internal review team can just operate with impunity?
First time?
Right? And no one can challenge their decision. How am I supposed to get in touch with someone?
You're not.
This is literally a life or death situation.
Yeah, and they're on the other side. They
And
support the other
meanwhile,
side.
I know this isn't only happening to me. This is happening to a lot of other YouTube
Correct.
content creators whose videos are being taken down and their ability to live stream is being removed because of this weird firearms policy. I mean,
well,
I
it's
heard
not just
about
firearms,
someone
but yeah.
who was live streaming an active shooter situation, basically sharing the news, and he was taken down. I'm sharing news videos and content about the conflict in Iran. Of course there's going to be people holding firearms. That's why I've made sure that I say my content is not intended for children. My content is for adults only.
Yeah, they don't actually care at all. Like you're hitting them with a moral argument. They don't care. They wanted you to get shut down, and they don't care how. Now the craziest thing is they could have hit you with some sort of showing violence or controversial topics or anything, but the fact that they went for firearms and then doubled and tripled down is insane. Now, just to understand what I'm dealing with, this is my revenue graph. For those of you curious, this is my graph where I was making this much every single day, this much every day, and then all of a sudden I got my entire channel demonetized right over there. Right over there, I got the channel demonetized, and then it actually just flatlined in the most insane way ever. So yeah, no, I'm totally with you. Again, this is ridiculous that it's like this. It's ridiculous it's been like this for this amount of time. I think it's like, what, 8 days, 9 days now? And it's insane. It's absolute insanity. It really is. And, I'm going to do my absolute best to keep going as much as I can. Hopefully this gets undone. Don't get me wrong. I'm really waiting for that to happen as soon as possible because this is fucking miserable. I have spoken to people at YouTube directly. I've contacted them. I've directly spoken to them. They said they're looking into it, but me, I'm unemployed right now. Right now I'm working on zero pay. Pretty efficient way to get people to, not talk about things that you don't want them to talk about if they have zero incentive to put the effort in and actually do the research and the broadcasting and everything. So I'm just saying, if it would have just happened to me, I would have been like, well, that's just a funny coincidence. And as we both got banned, yeah, but that's on Twitch.
Alright, I almost completely moved to the new place.
And then you see this Goldie Gamari character over here getting her entire stream not only taken down, but blocked from future streaming for like obvious bullshit. And it's like, well, this does remind me of when I got a strike on my channel for talking about COVID a couple of years ago. Mark Zuckerberg literally admitted that under the Biden administration he was shutting shit down and he was actually censoring things. Who knows? Who knows what operatives of the old guard are still fucking in place? I know that the propaganda warfare online is insane. You see all the AI fake posts with bajillion likes from retards in Pakistan. Illiterate goat herders dropping likes on fucking tweets of AI American battleships getting blown up by flying magical donkeys. But there's something really suspicious going on, and I urge you all, do not fall for the fucking psyop. Israel right now. What are we even talking about? All right, now the funny thing is, Sneeko, of course, Islamic supremacist retard, the beautiful country of Lebanon, the most Christian in the Middle East, he doesn't care about Christians, is currently going to be demolished by the usual suspects, and Westerners do not care because the screen told them brown people are terrorists. Well, some brown people are terrorists too. deeper. But the reality is, if you want to actually understand what the Christian genocide in the Middle East looks like, look no further than the decline of Christianity in Middle Eastern countries. Lebanon used to have 53% Christians. It used to be a Christian majority country. It is currently at 32%, and this has nothing to do with Israel, because that's 2024. Right? That has nothing to do with Israel. That's because Muslims kill a lot of Christians a lot of time all over the world for the last 1,400 years. Syria from 14% Christian to 1% Christian. Jordan from 20% Christian to 2% Christian. Iraq from 12% Christian to 0.2% Christian. How did this happen? How did this happen? Oh, it's Muslims killing Christians? You mean like the thing that they've been doing since Islam existed? Right? Ever since it's been written in the Quran, smite the infidel wherever you find them? Wherever it says in the Quran, slit the kafar at the neck? Or it says in the kafar, the Jews and Christians are the lowest of creatures? Listen, man, Muslims have been killing Christians around the world for 1,400 years. In fact, they're the ones that are killing the Christians in Lebanon. Israel is killing Hezbollah, the terrorists that happen to be killing Christians in Lebanon. In fact, all right, everyone is now doing this grift. And it's honestly hilarious. Lebanon is 40% Christian, and you're cheering because White House backs Israel, reiterated Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire agreement. So Lebanon is 40% Christian, and you're cheering Israel is bombing Christians. They can't believe it. Well, the reality is they're not the fucking target. All right, I obviously would never support something like that because you know the Christians happen to not be terrorists. You mean to tell me that they're only targeting Muslims because they're only targeting terrorists, and none of the Christians are terrorists, but a lot of the Muslims are? Stop, it's a coincidence. But as you can see, these are the more Christian areas over here in blue, and over here in green are the more Islam areas. And as you can see, here are where the strikes are. Here are where the strikes are. Over here and over here. All what's green on this graph, the Muslim majority areas, that's where Hezbollah actually is. And all the blue parts on the graph are not even getting struck at all by Israel. So the reality is, Israel is not killing Christians. Israel is killing terrorists that have been bombing Israel for a long time. And everyone now makes believe they care about Christians. And this is the scariest part. Christians, by number, by pure sheer metric, are easily the most persecuted group on the planet. Not even exaggerating, not even close. But Christians getting massacred in Syria, in Nigeria, throughout the Middle East, except for Israel, which is the only country in the Middle East where the Christian population is actually growing. All right, but every other area in the Middle East.
I need I'm gonna say 50 of these.
Sudan, they're all massacring Christians in all these places, and no one cares. And now
Alright,
Israel is
thanks.
fighting against terrorists in Lebanon. They're like, oh, but there are Christians in Lebanon, and now they care about the Christians. Look, I'm sure that there's some Christians in my audience that aren't gonna like to hear this. These people don't actually care about Christians, which is heartbreaking.
Does she deliver now? Is that what she's saying?
I don't see any of them ever talk about this kind of thing. I end up talking about this all the time.
Alright.
Like, it's an unbelievable tragedy. This is going out there around the world killing Christians and no one cares. I think it's an unbelievable tragedy. Now, Sean Ryan, podcaster, he gets involved. Ladies and gentlemen. Ceasefire is barely 24 hours old, and Israel, our greatest ally, is already blowing it up, literally. Oh my God, how are they doing that? Largest quarter strike on Lebanon since the war began. That's not part of the ceasefire! Oh my fucking God. But sure, another masterclass negotiator, the guy who threatened to wipe out an entire civilization the day before. Stable genius stuff. It's unbelievable watching the grifters! The grifters keep grifting! Bro, Lebanon has nothing to do with the ceasefire. Why do these people want so badly to destroy Trump's actual diplomatic process? It's unbelievable. It's almost like they want America to lose.
I don't think I bought the right thing.
Alright, now this dude made another thing recently. The Pentagon summoned the Pope's ambassador, told him the United States has the military power to do whatever it wants, and warned that the church better take its side. Wow, threatening the church? That's obviously awful. I don't like that. 5.3 million views. Wow, that's a really big story. I'm sure it's so real. I just spoke to some senior leaders at the Pentagon. They told me that this was total garbage. There is actually zero evidence whatsoever that this ever happened. Even the people at the church never said that this happened. It's insane. It's insane. People just say things at this point. It's pretty wild, right? So here we have.
Yeah, it's for cocaine. God damn it.
There is approximately a 0% chance Israel will abide by the ceasefire. Well, so far they are. So far they're bombing Lebanon, which is not part of the ceasefire. So far they're abiding by the ceasefire. All right. Oh shit! This is a crazy spoiler. But first, I have to drop you a nuke. I have to drop you a nuke. You are so not ready for what you are about to say. Here's some pretty interesting statistics, since apparently no one knows anything about history or geography, and then they just lie to the American people because they figured people aren't educated. Israel signed a peace deal with Egypt in 1979. Not a single Israeli bomb in Egypt since then. Israel signed a peace deal with Jordan in 1999. Not a single Israeli bomb in Jordan since then. Israel signed a peace deal with the United Arab Emirates in 2020. Not a single Israeli bomb on the UAE since then. Israel signed a peace deal with Bahrain. No bombs. Israel signed a peace deal with Morocco. No bombs. Israel signed a peace deal with Sudan. No bombs. Why is it that they're only quote-unquote breaking peace deals with Lebanon? I don't know. Maybe because Hezbollah terrorists are there literally fucking bombing Israel every day. Like, it's unbelievable playing this game, man. Like, these people are actually fucking retarded. It's wild. So, Mia Khalifa, porn star, and Islamist supremacist, alright, she's a Lebanese American. So she wanted to tell you how heartbreaking it is for her to watch her buddies, Hezbollah terrorists, that would execute her for being a whore if they ever met her, that they're dying.
Today has been one of the hardest things to watch.
And she knows, because she's seen a lot of very hard things in her career.
A really long time on social media, and that's saying something.
Cry about it.
Because we've watched a genocide play out before our eyes.
Which genocide? The Hamas, when they tried to genocide the Jews on October 7th?
For decades, but even more so in the last 3-4 years. 160 airstrikes in 10 minutes.
Holy shit, that's fucking awesome! There were only 160 airstrikes in 10 minutes? Fuck yeah, dude! Holy, that's awesome. Anyway.
On residential buildings, on schools, on hospitals.
Damn, I can't believe that Hezbollah
Still got a lot of stuff here. Alright,
schools and hospitals and residential buildings, as I'll show you in a couple of minutes.
On civilian infrastructure.
They're hitting infrastructure? They're crying because
God damn it, my phone wasn't charging.
Cemeteries with funeral processions in the midst of a ceasefire.
There was no ceasefire with Lebanon.
I don't know how to reconcile my tax dollars.
I think you should go to Lebanon. I think you should go to Lebanon.
Just doing this to my homeland. I don't
cry about it? Maybe your homeland shouldn't have a terrorism issue.
Like I feel like it's really important to get on here and to talk and to say this, but
thank you. Yeah, you're a man.
Yeah, I am. I just figured out I learned I had 1,000 followers. That's great. I'm very happy about that.
A little bit more emotional separation, but
it was a slow creep at the end, but
what is happening?
I finally made it.
Everyone in the audience, I'm so sorry.
Hey, oh, okay, I got a delivery.
You can't kill terrorists anymore. There's a whore crying, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. I'm just seeing it now. I didn't even think.
You know what?
There's literally a whore crying. We have to stop killing terrorists. All right. So Ed Faggotsine, Mia Khalifa breaks down in tears. War Middle East. This is like unbelievable, bro. Now here's Mia Khalifa celebrating that American soldiers have PTSD.
Everybody who is not in the U.S. military.
It's only 3 o'clock. I gotta wait until the warehouse opens.
On soil that doesn't belong to them.
Good morning to everyone.
I'm gonna make Home Slice run 2 meth labs at once.
You guys are having a really bad morning.
Fighting a war for
hopefully I'll be able to manage that.
I hope you go over there and get your little brain all scrambled up with PTSD and then come back here and see how much the United States cares about you, Pookie. See how much they care about you when you come back. I'm so sad.
Can I just say I actually don't care that a whore is crying, that terrorists are getting blown up, and I'm actually pretty happy about it?
My pants every time I see a falafel stand in Manhattan. Let's see how much the VA cares about you. Let's see what they tell you to do with your little broken brain from going over to fight a war that's not yours. They're going to tell you to try breathing exercises because the U.S. government does not give a fuck about you once you cannot die for them.
Can you please continue paying your taxes so we can keep bombing terrorists in Lebanon, please? Thank you for your attention to this matter. And that's not the only one. This is the same Mia Khalifa that made this tweet on October 7th, 2023. Y'all remember what happened then? Can someone please tell the freedom fighters in Palestine, she means the Hamas terrorists in Israel, to flip their phones and film horizontal? Alright? Quite literally, fuck yourself. I don't care about your fucking bitch-ass whore crying. None of that matters. Meanwhile, the Lebanon government is defending Israel. We literally have whores and leftists screaming that Israel is killing terrorists. Meanwhile, we have the Lebanon
I want to go see if
defending Israel. He's saying nothing in war is humane. If Israel
Maybe if I can get the car wash
Shiites in Lebanon, it wouldn't give
up and running.
advanced warnings. We would be seeing 100,000 casualties.
How much do I need for that? Probably 25. I'm thinking 25,000.
And in fact, here is footage from inside a school in Lebanon. This
Painting my buildings, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, a school in Lebanon that was utilized as a Hezbollah military base. All right, and this is just this is.
Oh,
just
it's only 20 grand.
They cry about war crimes.
Yeah, I'll be back in a couple days, man.
But they're doing the war crimes, my man. All right, now the presidente of our country had this to say.
Probably tomorrow.
And Hezbollah is making dangers for the Lebanese, especially the Lebanese existence. What is your message for Lebanon?
You know what?
We're working on it very hard. We love Lebanon.
We love Lebanon.
We love the people of Lebanon.
We love the people of Lebanon.
And we're working very hard. We
Ten.
gotta get rid of the Hezbollah.
Ten.
Get rid of the Hezbollah. It's unbelievable how consistent Trump is. Like, this dude's been super consistent the entire time. Here's another sitting Lebanese member of parliament, Camille Chamoun, literally commending the Israeli Defense Force. It's the only army I've ever seen that warns the local population that it's going to bomb and then asks the evacuation of civilians. That's pretty insane. Now, in fact, this is an unconfirmed story, so I
look out, dude.
I do my best to do the research. This is unconfirmed. Well, the Israeli channel 24 News said that Lebanon was on the verge of experiencing a military coup against the state similar to May 7th, aimed at overthrowing the government. This would have been prepared by Hezbollah a few hours before the last strike carried out by the Israeli army, and Israel obliterated Hezbollah before they were able to coup their government. Again, this is just allegedly. I don't know if this is true. Take it with a grain of salt. This is Hezbollah releasing footage of launching missiles from civilian homes in Lebanon. Like they admitted themselves. But it's honestly insane that they're so nice about it that they literally do it themselves. This is Lebanon's justice minister saying that actually, you know whose fault it is that Israel is striking Lebanon? Hezbollah, the terrorist organization.
Your government is taking quite a hard line on Hezbollah. Your president has said there's a ban, he's announced a ban on all Hezbollah military actions, but they're still fighting. So what can you do? I mean, first of all, what can you do to stop them right now?
All right, yeah, let's start wrecking their shit.
The beginning is to explain a little bit that after a long period of time where Hezbollah was installing all its military infrastructure, this government was appointed 1 year ago, and this government took a first decision through the governmental declaration that has been presented to the parliament, where it was clearly stated that the monopoly of the state, of the strength, must be given only to the states. And this is a condition to build the states. So this first decision was taken through this declaration, and the declaration was approved by all the ministers, including the ministers close to Hezbollah, and this decision was also presented to the parliament, and the government was granted the confidence of the parliament with MPs pertaining to Hezbollah. The government was granted the confidence. Then
and no one ever listened to it. Hezbollah still making weapons, and Hezbollah still fired rockets, but ultimately, that's pretty fucking bad. So this is the craziest part, man. Then Hezbollah took the unilateral decision to launch rockets against Israel. They gave the pretext to Israel to start a large war.
The government took another decision to start implementing the monopoly of the strength in the hands of the states through the army's action. And also, after that, there was strikes coming from Israel, and Israel was taking as a pretext the presence of the military infrastructure of Hezbollah. But the position of the state is that in order to build for internal reasons and for the interest of Lebanon, it was very important to implement the monopoly of the weapons.
And you can't have Hezbollah firing missiles.
Hezbollah was complicating the process. Hezbollah did not cooperate as much as it should in this process. And by not cooperating, it was clear that Hezbollah was offering also pretexts for Israel to strike on Lebanon.
That's right. It's almost like the strikes on Israel, from Israel to Lebanon, are literally because Hezbollah is a terrorist organization firing missiles into Israel. Now, the reality is very simple. We have the actual Lebanon government saying that what Israel is doing is right. We have the Lebanon defense minister saying that what Israel is doing is right by bombing these terrorists. We have Trump and Vance and Caroline Leavitt all saying that this has nothing to do with the peace deal. Says he knows better. But Tucker Carlson says no. But Cenk Uygur says Israel is blowing up the peace deal. Right? Obviously. Of course. Yes. Clearly. These are Christians. Christians in Lebanon. Talking about protecting their holy sites from Islamists that murdered them. He ended up getting murdered by Islamists in Lebanon. Just heartbreaking, man. I can't even watch this shit. It's just so sad. All right, and then you watch people like in America being like, Lebanon didn't hurt anybody. They only have a militia internally. Why is Israel attacking Lebanon?
They're valid, but any of the ones that are Lebanon didn't do anything to anybody. All right.
Hezbollah is a terrorist organization operating out of Lebanon that's been firing missiles into Israel for the last, like, 40 years. They fired 10,000 missiles into Israel over the last, like, 2 years. Well, what are we even doing, man?
Lebanon hasn't hurt anybody. The only thing you could possibly say about Lebanon is that internally they have a militia movement. It's not the Lebanese government. It's not Lebanon as a people. There is a militia inside Lebanon called Hezbollah.
Correct, yes.
That does not allow Israel to take over Lebanon.
They fired missiles into Israel. What are we even doing? What are we even doing? Like, are we being serious here for like a half a second? Like, I just feel like we're watching retards regurgitate the most obviously debunked information of all time. All right? Hezbollah is just preventing Israel from growing. Hezbollah's been bombing Israel for inside Israel for like the last 40 years. Like, it's unbelievable watching these people do this shit. It's just shocking. It literally is shocking. Watching, it's Lebanon government. Yes, Israel is attacking us, and they get it. It's just Hezbollah's bombing them. Some dumb-ass fucking retard podcaster in America. I can't believe Israel would violate the ceasefire. That doesn't apply here. Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's actually just insane. This is Emmanuel Macron, president of France. I've spoken with Lebanese President Joseph Aoun, Prime Minister Nawaf Salam, have expressed France's full solidarity in the face of indiscriminate strikes carried out by Israel today. Excuse me? The strikes were against terrorists. They weren't indiscriminate. I know people like big words, which resulted in a very high number of civilian casualties. Yep, that's called collateral damage. It's very sad. I wish it never happened. But it happens in every single conflict ever in the history of warfare. And, you know, this wouldn't have happened if Lebanon wouldn't have a terrorist organization in its country bombing Israel. Like, it's just unbelievable. We condemn these strikes in the strongest possible terms. Again, this is just, hi, I'm a French retard. I'm gay. I take it up the ass. I condemn countries not letting Muslims rape their children. I would know, because I let that happen here. They pose a threat to the stability of the ceasefire that has been reached. This has nothing to do with the ceasefire. Lebanon must be fully covered by it. It's literally not. It's not covered by it. These people are all retarded. If European leaders don't want Israel to fight Hezbollah, they are welcome to form a military force that will work with the Lebanese armed forces to dismantle Iran's proxy army themselves. We will not be sitting ducks because Israeli lives mean nothing. Brutal, just absolutely brutal watching this, man. It's like, and this is all just some indirect way to attack Trump. Oh, Trump is letting all this happen. Trump is letting this happen. I kept thinking, well, the reality is, it seems like it's going to stop.
The missile fire has been quiet tonight. No new missiles into Israel this evening. And it looks like the vice president's planned trip to Islamabad for peace talks is still on schedule. John, back to you.
Right, so that's even though they violated the ceasefire, it seems like that is still happening, which we'll see where it goes. We'll see where it goes. But the reality is, it's just unbelievable watching the world just cave to these retards. So this is a statement from Prime Minister.
Where are you meowing? Where?
In light of Lebanon's repeated request to open direct negotiations with Israel, I instructed the government meeting today to open direct negotiations with Lebanon as soon as possible. Negotiations will focus on the full disarmament of Hezbollah and the establishing of peaceful relationships between Israel and Lebanon. Israel appreciates the call made by the Prime Minister of Lebanon to demilitarize Beirut. All right, well, we'll see where that goes. We'll see what happens there.
Fuzz.
They failed to demilitarize Hezbollah for a while now, but if things will change now, that would be great for everybody.
God damn, they're trolling the crap out of this place.
Prime Minister Netanyahu is actually moving towards peace talks there, which is pretty crazy. It really is pretty insane. Like, we are witnessing unfathomable levels of peace under Donald Trump.
I almost forgot.
And this is a little statement from Netanyahu to the residents of northern Israel who have been getting pelted by Hezbollah every single day for the last, definitely for the last 38 days. I'm proud of you to stand firm. There is no ceasefire in Lebanon. We will figure this out, but we are continuing to strike Hezbollah with full force, and will not stop until we restore your security. Ultimately, we'll see where this goes. Obviously, no one knows where this goes. Obviously, Netanyahu is very, very happy to wage wars. I'm sorry to be blunt, but the reality is, this is not like some major miscalculation by Donald Trump. Trump thought we were going to make a peace deal, and then Israel blew it up by bombing Lebanon terrorists. No, that has nothing to do with anything. All these retards are using everything in their possible arsenal, in my opinion, to take down Trump. I think they're doing everything they possibly can to take down Trump. They hate Israel. They'll use Israel as their little wedge to take down Trump. Oh, Trump's peace deal is bad. Oh, Trump's allies are bad. Oh, Trump's policy is bad. Trump's wars are bad. Meanwhile, this is a war that was seemingly wrapped up to a large extent in 38 days. An unprecedentedly quick war, right, if you compare it to the infinite wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. All right, and the reality is we did something incredible. This is not a violation of the peace treaty, and it's honestly insane watching these people froth at the mouth trying to tear down something good. It's like the ultimate mask-off moment. It's crazy.
what do you say we crack open a cold one and watch the game now? Oh, I'd be down, but all I've got is the special wine Dionysus gave me like 150 years ago. Talk about vintage. Pop it open. I would, but I'm a little worried my cousins will want to share, and they get pretty rowdy around alcohol. Oh, don't worry, I can party with another centaur or two. All right.
Watching the Dungeons & Dragons cartoon in the 1980s, chances are there's one question that's been quietly living in your brain ever since. Whatever happened to those kids? All we know is that they got stuck in a magical world trying to find their way back home, and I mean, that's it. The show ended without giving us the closure we were hoping to get. This lingering question is also a reason why the show's been alive for decades after it stopped airing. In fact, over the years, these seemingly missing kids have popped up in the most unexpected random places, like fan-made videos, comic book storylines, and even in an automobile advertisement. The recent Dungeons & Dragons movie also featured a nostalgic nod to the kids, but we still don't know for sure what happened to them. Did they ever find their way back home, or are they still trapped in that realm? In this video, join us as we take a close look at all the places they've shown up and try to find the missing pieces of this puzzle so we can figure out what happened to them. It's time to go on an adventure of our own, wouldn't you say? The show that just stopped. Did it truly? If you've been with this channel for a while, you know how much of a hopeless optimist I am, so part of me doesn't want to believe that the children are stuck there or worse. But it's also true that we never got an official clarification, so we might as well remain optimistic. D&D has been the world's most popular tabletop role-playing game for almost half a century, and it's still something I love to get together and do with my friends. This popularity was completely influenced by the animated show co-produced by Marvel Productions, TSR. Unfortunately, for so many of us, it was canceled before the final episode was made. I assume that if you're here, you must be acquainted with the series, but here's a quick rundown in case your memory is a little foggy. We've got our heroes, Hank, the Ranger, Diana, the Acrobat, Eric, the Cavalier, Presto, the Magician, Bobby, the Barbarian, and Sheila, the Thief, were transported to the world of Dungeons & Dragons after getting on a magical dark ride at an amusement park. There, they meet the Dungeon Master, who gives them a magical item each, granting them powers appropriate to particular D&D classes. The main goal for these kids was finding a way to reach home. They got involved in various side quests too. During these detours, they help people and find out how their own fates are intertwined with those of others. They face off against many enemies, but the primary one is a dark wizard named Venger, who wishes to rule over the realm and thinks that harnessing the power of the kids can help him achieve that goal. There's also the five-headed dragon named Tiamat, a recurring villain, and the only creature Venger is afraid of. A deeper relationship between the Dungeon Master and Venger is hinted at, and in the episode titled The Dragon's Graveyard, the former refers to him as his son. The final unproduced episode, Requiem, would have confirmed the connection had it been produced. It would have also served as a conclusion to the story, as well as a reimagining of the series in case a fourth season were to happen. The unproduced episode was written by Michael Reeves of Gargoyles and Batman the Animated Series fame, who has discussed the script online and also published it on his official website. Eventually, it was made into an audio drama as a special feature for the BCI Eclipse DVD edition of the show. So, what was the actual ending supposed to be? I know, you've probably been waiting for this, so we're not going to let you stew in anticipation any longer. We've read Reeves' script for the unproduced final episode, so let's get into it. The script opens with Venger and the Dungeon Master meeting each other, with the former saying that the kids have come so far only because they had the ladder with them. Without the Dungeon Master, they would have been toast long ago. The Dungeon Master refutes this, saying that they have courage in their hearts and suggests Venger should test the same. He accepts and raises the stakes, saying that if the kids succeed without any help, they will find the key to go back home. But if they fail, they'll lose everything. Weapons, as well as their lives. The scene then cuts to the group fighting a Hydra with very little success. They try their best, but because the creature has more heads than Tiamat, according to Diana, it's nearly impossible to defeat. Bobby almost becomes breakfast, but the Dungeon Master appears right then, making the kids heave a sigh of relief. They cry out for his help, but he sternly says that they got into this mess on their own, so they should get out of it the same way. Everyone's a little alarmed at this, but they have no time to reflect, because the Hydra is very much the center of attention. Seeing no other way, they just run for their lives, hoping to find some shelter because they clearly misjudged their opponent. Finally, they manage to outsmart it by letting it down into a green pool that looks like it could kill a bubonic plague bacillus. Nice zinger there, I guess? As evening sets in, they try to understand why the Dungeon Master has suddenly abandoned them after having helped them for so long. They bitterly agree that maybe he was just a guard of the realm who had no real intention of ever telling them to leave. Due to their disappointment, they almost have a full-on brawl about which direction to go to spend the night. Seeing this as the opportune moment to test the children, Venger appears, seemingly trying to make peace. He says that the Dungeon Master's advice so far has only made the gang fight more battles. They are nowhere closer to finding an escape. He then proposes allowing them to go home, since he's spared their lives before as well. All they have to do is go south to the realm's edge, where they will find a cenotaph holding a key. After they toss this key into the abyss, Venger will send them home, and he even swears on it. Hank, Bobby, and Diana don't trust him, but Eric, Sheila, and Presto think differently. They're angry at the Dungeon Master for having left them alone and want to go back home at any cost. Venger might be a bad guy, they trust that he'll not go back on his word. The group separates, with Eric, Presto, and Sheila moving ahead. However, the others decide to stop them and board a bronze dragon to catch up. When Eric stubbornly refuses to come back, Hank shoots at him out of desperation. Eric uses his shield to deflect the shot, but the arrow falls into a volcano below and sets off a massive eruption that covers their ship. The rest watch helplessly as Eric, Sheila, and Presto fall to their apparent deaths. Hank doesn't say much. It's apparent that he blames himself for causing the mess. He finally says that they have to keep moving towards Realm's Edge, as there's no going back. In a parallel scene, Eric and the others are under the impression that the eruption has killed Hank, Bobby, and Diana. Eric blames himself too, but the trio resume their journey to do what Venger has asked. The two groups make their way to the tower from opposite sides because the terrain is so high, they're completely unaware that everyone else is still alive. Elsewhere, Venger gloats that the children's desire to go home trumps everything else, and that they will fail the mission. However, true to his cryptic nature, the Dungeon Master simply says that the kids will save not just themselves, but Venger too. Finally, the kids reunite when they arrive at the entrance of the cenotaph. Hank still wants them to go back because Venger cannot be trusted, and Eric refuses, causing another standoff. After fighting an amoeba-like creature, which blocks the path below, they have no other choice but to move ahead and enter the sanctum. They find a broken wall, beyond which lies an abyss, and realize that they've arrived at the realm's edge. Sheila finds a keyhole on the vault, while the others discover the carved figure of a man on top of the sarcophagus. They're all astonished that the carving is none other than Venger himself, except that he's dressed like a warrior. Eric finds the brass key inside it and excitedly tries to throw it into the abyss, but is stopped by Hank, who reminds him that the entire realm is a dungeon and everyone within is a prisoner. So it's possible that Venger himself is a prisoner too. But before he can say anything else, the amoeboid monster from earlier reappears, grabbing the rest. Bobby brings down his club on it, sending a shockwave that sends Hank flying off the edge into the abyss. Eric tries to reach out, but it's too late. Venger materializes before them as well and urges Eric to throw away the key. However, the seed of doubt has finally been planted in his mind, so he decides to trust Hank's judgment and instead makes a run to insert it into the keyhole. Venger tries to stop him in anger, but he's unsuccessful. The doors of the vault swing open, with brilliant white light pouring out. The magic engulfs Venger, who cries out in fear. The rays shoot from the tower in all directions of the realm. One crashes near where the serfs were raising crops, opening a portal to medieval Earth. The serfs rush towards it. Similarly, another crashes near the lizard men and opens a portal showing a tropical forest with 3 red suns. The lizard men hurry in. Wherever the light strikes, portals open up. The kids are momentarily stunned by everything, and Eric realizes that Hank was right and darts over to the edge. They're unable to hold back their emotions, fearing the worst. They find Hank holding onto a rock. After hauling him up, they look over at Venger, who slowly gets transformed into the majestic warrior whose likeness is carved on the sarcophagus. His voice also becomes deepened without the sinister lilt. Hank gloriously exclaims, "I was right. Our mission in the realm wasn't to defeat Venger, it was to redeem him." The new Venger approaches the kids, and the Dungeon Master finally appears. The former kneels and addresses the latter as his father, saying that he's returned. Tearfully, the Dungeon Master remarks that the children have done the one thing he himself was incapable of, returning his son to him. Everyone is naturally baffled, and Venger reveals how he chose to follow the Nameless One many ages back, and is thus trapped in the sarcophagus as a result. The kids didn't just set him free, but also everyone else was trapped in the realm. The Dungeon Master creates a portal for them to return home and gives them the chance to stay back if they wish, saying that there's still a lot of evil to defeat and other adventures awaiting. The kids look at each other and grin, preparing to make the most important decision they've ever made. The scene shifts back through the broken wall, beyond the tower, rising above Realm's edge, and zooms out until the incredible vista of the realm itself is visible with all of its landforms and inhabitants. It's a new realm for now, but it will always be the realm of Dungeons and Dragons. So, even though the final episode didn't give us a conclusive ending and finished on a cliffhanger, quite literally if you think about the entire scene, but after reading this, we're actually quite impressed, because leaving the conclusion to the audience is usually one of the best ways to address the ending of many fantasy stories. By all logic, the children should return home because that's what they've been trying so hard to do for so long. But the small prospect that they might choose to stay back and have more adventures instead of going back to the mundane routine of their lives is exciting to think about. It also places us in the shoes of the characters, raising a hypothetical dilemma where we have to choose between the safety of home and the thrill of adventure. What decision would you go with? The clue was hiding in the show the whole time. Let's refresh our memories a sec. Remember the 14th episode titled The Girl Who Dreamed Tomorrow? This is the opening episode for the second season, where a girl named Terry ended up getting transported into Dungeons and Dragons via the same ride that brought the other kids to the realm. She's discovered by the gang when they try to escape from a group of bullywugs by swinging across a chasm. Eric then bumps into a rail car that's suspiciously similar to the one that brought them here. While they wonder if it can somehow take them home, the bullywugs manage to catch up and destroy it. The kids have no choice but to hide from them, but they are again confronted by another creature, a dog. They quickly realize that this dog is friendly and wants them to follow him, which they do. The dog leads them to Terry, who's been captured by lizard men, and they set her free. To everyone's astonishment, she calls Diana by name, despite none of them having met each other before. She explains how she had a dream about Diana getting attacked, and that's how she knows her name. The Dungeon Master then appears and tells the group they can go home if they find the portal in the middle of Venger's Maze of Despair. As always, there's a catch. They have to destroy it before they can use it. Eric points out this very obvious contradiction, but by then, the man is already gone. The kids find out about Terry's ability when her heart-shaped locket starts glowing as she sleeps and shows a portal to the amusement park. Before they can reach it, Venger's shadow appears, and Bobby and Uni get captured by a dragon. Terry herself tries to run, but ends up trapped in the maze. She has another dream later about her leaving school on Earth and finding Bobby waiting for her with the locket in his hands. Dungeon Master appears and tells her that the dream will come true, and also explains the reason for his earlier cryptic warning. The portal to go back exists, but the maze, being a maze, doesn't allow people to actually go back. Moreover, if the kids manage to get back home, the portal will still remain functional and lure other people, which is exactly why it needs to be destroyed. Venger allows the kids to pass through the portal only if they hand over Terry, which they refuse to do, and fight him. Bobby seizes the opportunity to take Terry and Fred to the portal and ensures that they get home. Before leaving, she hands over her locket to him so he can come find her, just as her dream had suggested. He then destroys it so that others don't suffer the same fate. Now, Dungeon Master himself had said that, like all the other dreams, the one about Terry meeting Bobby outside her school is also going to come true. So we can assume that Bobby managed to get back home, and it's unlikely that he would leave the others to return by himself. Also, in the dream, he didn't look any older than his current self, so we kind of think that this counts as a spoiler for the eventual ending of all the kids managing to get back home, and we didn't have to wait years to learn the same. That said, the episode City at the Edge of Midnight confirmed that time passed differently in the Dungeons & Dragons world than it did on Earth. So no matter how long the kids stay trapped in the realm, whenever they do get back, it will be on the same night that they visited the amusement park. We think that even if the gang ages from the timeline of the realm, when they get back, they won't be any older than they were when they were sent there. You know, kind of Narnia rules. Wait, didn't they all die and go to hell? No, they didn't. This rumor started with a mix of real-life controversy, the overall dark tone of the show, and one extremely frustrating fact. we never got a satisfactory ending, or any ending for that matter. If we go by the exact technicalities of the series, it's safe to say that the children were trapped in Dungeons and Dragons for eternity. However, due to the unfinished episode, or rather the lack of it, an urban legend slowly emerged, claiming that the real ending involved the kids dying on the roller coaster ride and going to hell. Very Final Destination, if you ask us. The 1980s were infamous for the satanic panic. Many religious groups were extremely suspicious of the concept of D&D. They believed it was linked to the occult and supernatural practices. Naturally, this rumor about the children dying and being sentenced to eternal damnation in hell went very well with that narrative and acted as a sort of confirmation bias. Some fans also suggested that the very theme of the show hinted that the kids were stuck in hell. As such, it was much darker than the other children's shows of the time, and it revolved around them being transported to an alternate dimension, and they were constantly in danger. Moreover, the idea of getting back home is always dangled in front of them, but they never actually get to do it. This helped to fuel the hell theory because it was pretty consistent with the understanding of recurring punishment or limbo. As if that wasn't enough, a later Easter egg from Baldur's Gate 2 suggested that some characters had died while fighting a dragon. It wasn't hard to connect the dots and assume that it mirrored the children fighting with Tiamat, but we can confirm that this is unsubstantiated nonsense because the hell ending wasn't even part of the final episode anyways. Moreover, Michael Reeves himself has refuted these claims by calling them bourgeois, poppycock, and balderdash. The rumor has stuck around due to the inconclusive ending and religious panic. Many people tried to impose a darker explanation, but it felt just plausible enough to spread like wildfire. The fan animation that made grown adults cry. Now you know what the intended ending was supposed to be, but it was never produced, so technically it can't be termed canon. Thanks to the community, a group of fans came together to tie up the loose ends and created an animated mid-length film titled Dungeons & Dragons Requiem the Final. It loosely follows the plot of the unreleased episode. The best part of it is that some of the original cast, Katie Lee as Sheila and Frank Welker as Uni, came together to assist in creating it. A lot of existing footage was used, as was the recording from the audio play, so it does feel a tad bit amateurish. However, considering the circumstances, you have nothing but praise for it. Don't let the fan-made moniker fool you into thinking this is trash, because this is what all fans refer to as the unofficial ending of the series. A car commercial did what no finale could. It's not uncommon for comics and franchises to feature in marketing efforts, and there have been some truly imaginative commercials that have made fans think that they were better than their respective inspirations. In 2019, Renault decided to do something about the fact that the D&D cartoon left us all hanging. They created a commercial for The Outsider in Brazil to highlight the fact that the SUV could be used for all kinds of adventures. The show was extremely popular in that country, so it made sense to capitalize on the opportunity. The commercial featured Hank, Eric, Diana, Presto, Sheila, Bobby, and even Uni against a very menacing Tiamat at the point of the SUV across. It shows Dungeon Master riding in it to tell the kids that they can return home, and the entire party jumps in. I guess it's a very roomy car. Diana takes the wheel and drives away from Venger in a chase scene that's very reminiscent of actual movie car chases. So, in conclusion, the car has lots of room, it can withstand rash driving, and will get you home safely. 10 out of 10 for the SUV, but we bet this 2-minute commercial gave more peace to fans of the show, more so than almost anything else had in a long time. However, it is hinted that Venger also followed them back to their world, so just a speck of suspense is left for fans to savor. I remember reading somewhere that this apparently encouraged a D&D fan to purchase a Renault car as they were looking to get a new one and wanted to thank the company for the commercial. So I guess this was a happy ending for both the fan and for Renault as well. The comics that just kept the adventure going. In 2023, IDW brought back the characters from the show for a comic miniseries called Dungeons & Dragons Saturday Morning Adventures. It was written by David M. Boer of Canto fame, Sam Maggs from Rick and Morty Ever After, while George Kambadis from John Carter of Mars was behind the artwork. The series follows a different storyline that focused more on some of the children not wanting to go back home because, according to Sheila, it just wasn't a possibility. They would have to make the best out of their current situation. To support this theory, we're given the following examples. Presto met his soulmate, Diana can speak to animals, and Bobby found Uni and can't just abandon her because she obviously can't leave the realm with them. Letting all of that go to get back to 9th grade seems like an awful trade. Just as Hank is about to reply, the gang is attacked by too many creatures at the same time. Not being able to withstand them, Sheila asks everyone to enter a nearby portal, saying perhaps it will take them home if nothing else. When everyone jumps through it, however, they find themselves free-falling out of the sky. Fortunately, Presto conjures up a mattress for them to land safely, and they come face to face with a woman who exclaims how relieved she is that it worked. But this new world clearly wasn't their home, and the group scrambles to decide what to do. The mysterious lady urges them to get inside a weird-looking monastery, which Hank is absolutely against. Sheila says they have no choice. The lady insists that they will come soon. The group realizes in horror that the creatures have followed them through the portal. With no other option, they storm inside the building as Presto makes the discovery that this monastery was dedicated to the god Lathander, also known as the Morning Lord. They're stunned to discover an entire collection of magical objects that can defeat even Venger. Eric terms it a walk-in closet for magic. The lady reveals her name to be Faelona and says that she's cursed to not be able to leave the building. They're currently in the realm known as Waterdeep. Faelona was born with wild magic that she can't always control, so she can sometimes create portals. Hank jumps at that opportunity, asking her if she can help them get back home. Eric wonders what Dungeon Master has to say about the plan. Diana responds, he'd say something like when questions outnumber answers, lies often outshine the truth. Eric has no idea what that means, so he agrees that Dungeon Master would indeed say something cryptic like that. Just then, Faelona's ability takes over. She ends up creating a portal through which numerous creatures enter the room. As everyone gets busy fighting, Eric and Diana try to leave, but end up in another dungeon with a creepy skeleton, obviously belonged to some unfortunate soul who got trapped there. While running away from the monsters there, they encounter Faelona again, who stuns them by saying that she's the real one, and the person they met earlier is a fake. She takes them back, and Eric and Diana realize that she is being truthful. The fake Faelona has the rest of their friends under a spell and orders them to kill the duo. They somehow manage to fade the effects of the magic by reminding them of their friendship, then they get confused between the two Faelonas and have no way of knowing who's the imposter. Presto tries a trick, only for it to turn the gang into replicas of himself. Ultimately, Hank uses a classic King Solomon tactic to oust the faker, and wouldn't you know it, it turns out that the faker was actually Venger in disguise, trying to fool them. He wants to take their weapons for himself, but of course, nobody's happy. They ask Faelona for help in creating a portal that can suck him away, at least temporarily. The girl assumes that Venger was the one who had trapped her in the monastery. He reveals that he's but a stranger to her. The one who cursed her is someone she knows all too well. Desperate to uncover this person's identity, Faelona uses all of her strength to banish Venger using a different portal. Once they're done, she realizes she's been freed from her curse and tells the kids that she's going to find out who was behind it. She opens a portal to Earth, and Eric happily exclaims that the first thing he'll do is order a pizza. Similarly, Diana says that she'll hug her cat. Presto, always the practical one, says that he's going to take a shower. Unfortunately, they land back in the very forest they were in before meeting Faelona. Once again, everyone groans in frustration. They realize that maybe she had thought this was their home, not Earth. Even Hank accepts that maybe there's no way to get back for good. Sheila tries to cheer him up, but he flatly says that if she wants them to take on adventures that don't involve going back home, she can lead them, because he's had enough and just wants to quit. That's when the Dungeon Master arrives with a boatload of fries. He asks if they're ready for their next adventure, and Eric has a very valid crash out. While you were shopping for junk food, we got attacked by bat squid things and spider banshee things. You get the idea. When the older man asks Hank if he has truly given up on the group, the latter explains that he's not obsessed with going back home just because it might appear so. Constantly fighting dangers in Dungeons and Dragons brings the very real possibility that when there is a real chance to go back home, all his friends will not have made it to that point. The rest of the kids finally understand his apprehension, and they agree to not give up on finding a way back home. This is where the first miniseries ended. In 2024, it came back with a sequel, which was set a few years after the events of Waterdeep. The comic opens with the gang trying to move through very heavy snow, freezing their butts off. When an ice troll attacks them, a strange man comes to their rescue and simply states that he's their guide, nothing else. But Diana recognizes him as Drizzt Do'Urden, a well-known hero across the realms. Drizzt says that the Dungeon Master has sent him to help the group out, and the latter himself appears. Now we get to the central theme of the story. Apparently, Dungeon Master is extremely sick and losing his powers, so the kids have to find a way to cure him. They agree to leave him with Drizzt while they travel to Luskan on the Sword Coast for a remedy, where the hero's ally, Jarlaxle, will help them. However, because Luskan is filled with pirates, the group encounters fire as soon as they arrive and has to settle for a crash landing. They meet Jarlaxle, who warns them that the cure will come at a hefty cost. Once again, Avenger makes his sinister appearance, and the group will meet their watery demise soon. But wait, Bobby has disappeared somewhere, so they gotta find him first. Jarlaxle seems like a pretty respected and feared guy, so when he states that the kids are under his protection, the other dwellers of Luskan back off. The group also meets with Minsk, Jarlaxle's ally, and Boom, his miniature giant space hamster. It's a long story. Finally, after waiting for over an hour, their guide tells them that Bobby is being held by Captain Raffin and his ruthless crew, and they set sail to get the young boy back. We like how, even between the action, there's a few panels that portray Sheila's concern for her brother, how she feels he's become more stubborn now that he's growing up. Diana comforts her by saying that it's normal for her to feel scared as his big sister. Bobby is a good boy. Fortunately, the moment doesn't last long because they get attacked by a dragon turtle and get washed up on a nearby island. Jarlaxle is nowhere in sight, and to their complete astonishment, they find out that Raffin has announced Bobby as a member of his crew under the moniker Bobby the Barbarian.
China has officially dropped Iran completely because they wanted to maintain a decent relationship with the United States. And I remember explicitly getting told by Democrats and morons and third worlders that Trump had no plan. Well, Iran is out of money, Trump is still beefing with the Pope, and to everyone freaking out that we have to deal with a Donald Trump decade, well, it looks like we're going to be dealing with a Donald Trump century, because, not even exaggerating, the geopolitical landscape for the next century is being decided this week. And a lot of it happens to involve Donald Trump slapping his schmeat on the table and then blowing up terrorists, which is awesome, actually. A lot of people get confused and they're like, wait a second, blowing up terrorists, they're human beings, yes. Dead human beings. And it's awesome, actually. Stop being a loser. But don't you care about human life? Of course I do. Which is why I fully support blowing up terrorists. Man, all roads lead back to blowing up terrorists being awesome, actually. Definitely subscribe for more nuts doctrine. So this is a little announcement from the U.S. military.
The U.S. has announced the formal blockade of Iranian ports and coastal areas. This is a legal action. All vessels are advised to immediately return to port if leaving, and discontinue transit to Iran if that is your next port of call. Do not attempt to breach the blockade. Vessels will be boarded for interdiction and seafarer transit to or from Iranian port.
That is correct. That is correct. If you don't like it, we will be turning you into submarine confetti. You might not be happy about this update, but it's happening.
Turn around and prepare to be boarded. If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force.
That's right.
The whole of the United States Navy is ready to force compliance.
The whole of them. Let's just understand. More soldiers getting sent over, right? The whole of the Navy, right? So just understand where we're at. Total and utter complete domination over the Strait of Hormuz, which was always in the palms of the Iranian regime of terrorists to forever have the ability to close. A lot of people are saying, well, why does Trump worry about opening up the Strait of Hormuz? Iran literally had it open before that. Yeah, but they could have closed it whenever they wanted to extort the entire world, because they're terrorists. And now they can't, because now it's ours. We are renaming it the Strait of Donald, and there's nothing you can do about it. Continue having sex with goats or something. And of course, Iran has suspended all petrochemical exports until further notice. Breaking news, they cannot actually export things anymore at all. Because they have no air force, and they have no navy, and because they are totally blockaded, and they are slowly dying. We started off by bombing, left them to very quick demise. They screamed, they cried, they yelled. We don't even know who's in charge of the country anymore. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? The rest of them are just going to be gargling slowly on their own blood, unable to make a living until they eventually get eaten from within. We have a lot to talk about today. So Donald Trump also, of course, wants to remind everyone, NATO wasn't there for us, and they won't be there for us in the future. It very much looks like he is planning on leaving NATO, which is awesome. I fully support it. I don't like the idea of funding 70% of the military of all of Europe, and then Europe not being there for us, and in fact, even more likely, allying up with our enemies. So yes, great actually. I don't want to be in a NATO alliance with future Islamic countries like England or France or current Islamic countries like Spain. Bro, this multipolar world is over. So Donald Trump made this tweet, and this scared the crap out of the Iranians. All right, so let me show you what losing means. All right, if you look up loser in the dictionary, you will see a big picture of the map of Iran with this tweet. China is very happy that I am permanently opening the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, China was Iran's biggest backer because China needs oil. They have no natural oil, basically. And they have been importing all of their oil from Iran, or at least a large amount of it. I am doing it for them, also the world. All right, so just understand. So just understand, he is not doing this for China. He is not doing this for China at all. You see, China really hates this a lot, but there's really nothing they can do about it. You know, because they would get absolutely Swiss cheese by the United States military if they actually wanted to get involved. This situation will never happen again. They have agreed not to send weapons to Iran. Remember, this is Iran's biggest backer, backstabbing them just because they want to be friendly and cuddly-wuddly with the United States. This is being a powerhouse. This is what happens when you're the most powerful country on the planet, and you're not afraid to swing your dick around. But you're not afraid to acknowledge that. You don't have to commit jihad. All right, suicide yourself like Europe did. President Xi will give me a big, fat hug when I get there in a few weeks. Holy shit. We are working together smartly and very well. Doesn't that beat fighting? But remember, we are very good at fighting if we have to. Far better than anyone else. Dude, this tweet is actually, like, fucking insane. Yeah, so if you look up loser in the dictionary, gigantic picture of Iran with this tweet on it. Like, Iran's allies backstabbing them just because they want to be friendly with us. This is Trump basically doubling down that completely dominated China here.
You've got a major meeting coming up next month with President Xi. I want to get your take on China and how the shift in oil, particularly because of Iran, particularly because of Venezuela and what you've done, even your comments on Cuba.
Think about how insane it is, man. You know, China needs Cuba, needs Venezuela, needs Iran, and all of a sudden they're all falling apart. Wow! 5D chess, for real, for real. This is like the 200 IQ plan, and everyone's like, Trump is just dumb and stuff. Completely toppled the old order and put us as the top dog on the planet, like by a long shot.
How does that change the dynamic of this meeting with President Xi?
It means we have all the leverage, but Trump doesn't say that publicly.
I think it does. I mean, he's somebody that needs oil. We don't.
True.
He's somebody I get along with very well. Just
We're besties.
He wrote you a letter?
Yeah, he did. He responded to a letter that I wrote because I had heard that China is giving weapons to. I mean, you're seeing it all over the place to Iran. China's
Did he say
giving
he's
weapons.
giving them?
Yeah, and I wrote him a letter asking him not to do that.
Hey, hello, Mr. Xi. You're looking good. Have you lost weight? Anyway, stop sending weapons to Iran, or we will kill you. We will end the civilization. Yours truly, the Donald.
And he wrote me a letter saying that essentially he's not doing that.
Okay.
Folded like a MacBook, brother. Oh my, yeah. So anyway, complete and utter Chinese dominated. It's truly incredible. Now, Trump is beefing with everybody these days. And the scariest part is
oh, fuck.
Which is horrifying.
Alright, I'm logging off, man.
Well, someone please tell Pope Leo that Iran
I'm gonna...
43,000 innocent.
I can't go to sleep yet, but I can run over here to this thing and save my game. Alright. Yeah, I'm going to sleep. I will see you guys in the morning. I'll be playing Windrose or whatever. Windrose, yeah. I'll be playing that in the morning. So, I will see you guys in the morning.
Of course he captured Maduro, and it was awesome. It was incredible, and the Pope condemned him for that. But the Pope didn't